Yun Xiao angrily pointed at Yi Wu and said, "All of this is just your assumption. How do you know there will be a large amount of high-grade ore mines here? You are a reckless gambler, not considering the consequences, yet you want us to bear the burden for you." Yi Wu calmly replied, "Although there is a bit of reckless gambling, no one understands the distribution rules of magic crystals better than I do. As for mining, I am an expert." At that moment, Aivis appeared and said, "Master, just as you predicted. Recently, there have indeed been a lot of magic crystal or mines appearing, and they are all high grade, around level 100. Yun Xiao was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? How can this be possible?" Luo Feng smugly said, "Why can't it be? This is the truth." "Looks like you've been slapped in the face, huh?" he said, "With just you, do you dare to question our senior?" Yi Wu spoke up, "The situation cannot be delayed, everyone follow the orders, use maximum power to transport the minerals out, and within the shortest time, stockpile resources to the utmost for me." Lai Jiaxi added, "We will also immediately begin constructing the base and resource transmission station, abandoning defensive projects, with the main firepower shifted to the units." The guard brigade responded in unison, "Yes, master." Yi Wu turned to Wang Chuan, "Don't worry, we will definitely complete the mission within the deadline you set." Wang Chuan replied, "Yes, on the outside everyone looks fine, but I hope the final outcome won't disappoint me." Wan Hao shouted in confusion when he saw Yi Wu step into the battlefield, "Hey, what do you want to do? Hurry back here. If you go any further, you will enter the area covered by the defensive fire of the Holy Temple. Those corrosive acid solutions are no joke." Yi Wu casually replied, "Don't worry, brother Hao. I'm just standing outside to take a look, not going in." A monster reported to its teammates, "Another low-level human, spit him out for me." Yi Wu easily countered with his skills. He said, "Don't be nervous, I'm really just here to take a look." He thought to himself, "At first, I felt that the defensive and self-repairing abilities of the Holy Temple were very strange. Now that I'm closer, I can be sure that this Holy Temple absolutely has life. Although I can't clearly determine what it is, based on the characteristics of insects, the subject is likely to mostly grow underground." He turned to Aivis and asked, "Do I have a map of the underground probing weapon in my hand?" Aivis replied, "Yes, it is a drill-shaped probe device used to explore underground that Lai Jiaxi provided earlier. This device can recreate some additional functions to explore the underground area of the Holy Temple." Yi Wu immediately ordered, then seized the opportunity to modify it. Aivis continued, "Understood, master. There is one more thing I haven't had the chance to report to you. Since we started entering this dungeon, I have spent a lot of time scanning and conducting a preliminary assessment of the entire dungeon, and I found that it has reached a 5-star level of development." Yi Wu was surprised and said, "5 stars? I didn't expect the danger adaptability of the entire team to reach the maximum. The tropical rainforest dungeon with its beautiful scenery only reached 3 stars before." Aivis further explained the reasons. Regarding this, the AI thought for a moment and then answered its master, "The advantages of this dungeon have 3 main points. First, the area of the dungeon is large enough, but the terrain is quite uneven and unclear. Many flatlands are suitable for large-scale mining. Second, the climate is stable and the temperature is pleasant, with very few major natural disasters occurring. Third, and most importantly, high-grade magic crystals are abundant here, sufficient to meet the needs of construction projects." However, the AI also pointed out some disadvantages. First, the number of insects in the dungeon is extremely high. Besides insects concentrated in the center of the Holy Temple, there are also many wild monsters scattered everywhere. Second, gaining control over the dungeon is a very challenging task. 2 large corporations are competing, so if the master wants to claim it for himself, it is almost impossible. Yi Wu smiled in response, "No worries, just set the goals high. As long as the 5-star adaptability standard remains unchanged, who knows, we might achieve it." The underground wave probing device had been completed. Wan Hao was surprised when he saw Yi Wu's product and said, "Did you create another new toy? What is this used for?" Lai Jiaxi replied, this is a probe to explore the your mind that I mentioned to you earlier, right? He said, but you have already carried out the transformation. Could it be that you are preparing to use it to explore the underground of the holy temple? He replied, that's right. This holy temple is very eerie, although the specific situation inside cannot be clarified. At least we need to understand the entire area outside that can be explored. Manhwa cheerfully said to him, I didn't expect you to look reckless, but in fact, you are quite cautious. Not bad, not bad. Ha ha. He awkwardly responded, I am originally very cautious. Did I really leave such a poor impression on you? At the same time, the underground exploration device began to transmit data, simulating it into a three-dimensional spatial image. The amplification progress reached 40%, 60%, 80%, and finally 100%. The exterior of the lost holy temple was fully simulated. Yi Wu was surprised when he received the simulated image. He said, the shape of this lost holy temple is indeed a gigantic insect. This is too exaggerated, completely beyond comprehension. And what is that red substance in the center? It feels like it is supplying energy to this gigantic insect. Manhwa said, so does that mean we have to enter its body to fight the boss? Just thinking about it makes me feel nauseous. Wang Chuan said seriously, this is not something that should be considered right now. The most important issue at the moment is that if we cannot sever the connection between this energy core and the holy temple, then perhaps the holy temple will continuously restore itself. Essentially, we cannot break through its layers of defense. This is truly a major headache. Yi Wu thought to himself, no, this energy core actually presents an enormous opportunity for me. Is it possible for this dungeon to reach a 5-star adaptation? Is the key reason the existence of this energy core? Jia Wangchuan looked at Lai Jiasi, frowning as he said, Lai Jiasi, think of a way to sever the link between the holy temple and the energy core. Lai Jiasi merely smiled and replied, sorry, with the current technology and equipment of our corporation, breaking down the large gates of the holy temple is already the limit. We have absolutely no hope of destroying the underground main link. Jia Wangchuan turned to look at Yi Wu and asked, what about you? Do you have any key tricks? If you were able to uncover the secrets beneath the holy temple, you must have a follow-up plan, right? Yi Wu did not look at him, only smiled and said, you think too highly of me. This holy temple has an unclear level, but it certainly must be at least level 200 or higher. What can I possibly do? Jia Wangchuan heard him say that, not bothering to look at Yi Wu anymore, and showed an arrogant demeanor. It seems I have overestimated you. Forget it, then focus on breaking through the main gate. However, your time is running out. If you can't do it, I'm sure you understand the seriousness of the consequences. Yi Wu smirked and replied calmly, I know. In his heart, he secretly mocked, could you ease up on the pressure a bit? If you really want to mess with me, do it quietly. This public way of making things difficult seems a bit superficial. Aivis, angry, said, what is this? If you're so capable, then you do it. Besides, based on the master's abilities, as long as a large amount of resources are spent to create a powerful bomb and place it underground, it could detonate the energy core, cutting off the connection with the holy temple. Seeing Aivis getting angry, Yi Wu smiled and tried to soothe, calm down a bit, Aivis. If we detonate the energy core, the entire dungeon might explode. Not to mention that we ourselves cannot take the initiative to do so, I will also prevent anyone foolish enough to touch the energy core. That is an important energy source in my 5-star critical point, a treasure that needs to be cherished. Yi Wu looked at Lai Jiasi and offered his opinion, Master, although the main gate of the holy temple has the potential to regenerate, from my observations, its recovery process requires time. If we use our strongest firepower to attack, it surely won't have enough time to recover. Lai Jiasi stared ahead, looking a bit concerned. Yes, this is the only way. But is our firepower strong enough? Yi Wu smiled confidently and replied, not enough, we must make it enough. The captain has ordered that, no matter what, I will not let our previous efforts go to waste, and I cannot let you lose your peak, Master. Hearing that, he laughed heartily, narrowing his eyes. Thank you. Yi Wu continued, but speaking of your peak in the field of construction science, I think you are much more suited than I am. Lai Jiaxi put his arm around Yi Wu's shoulders, looked straight into his eyes, and said seriously, I'm not joking, Yi Wu. Since I started interacting with you, I've come to realize my shortcomings. In terms of capability, I am fundamentally unable to compare with you. Yi Wu felt a bit awkward and humbly responded, No, you praise me too much. Although I have some intelligence and a few tricks, in terms of experience and lived knowledge, I am completely unable to compare with you. Yi Wu understood clearly in his heart, sitting in this position only makes me a target. Instead, I think it is better to help Lai Jiaxi maintain his status. This way, my own benefits can reach the highest level. He looked towards the woman named Xue Lu, who was comfortably seated in a large chair far away. There's one more thing that needs to be dealt with. Yi Wu quickly spread his wide wings, turned his head to speak to Lai Jiaxi. Everyone continue to push forward the construction progress. I'll go deal with the threat behind there. Wan Hao, upon hearing this, anxiously said, Wait a minute, Yi Wu, what are you planning to do? Don't go provoking that woman. He stepped up to hold Yi Wu back. Huang Zhang's woman is not someone you can handle. Our team leader, despite being strong, doesn't dare to provoke her. When I joked with her earlier, it was just an act. If you truly anger her. Yi Wu interrupted, Don't worry, brother Hao. I've interacted with her a few times and I know how formidable she is. I'm just going over to talk. I'll be back soon. With that, Yi Wu quickly flew away, ignoring Wan Hao's calls from behind. Yi Wu, you absolutely mustn't act rashly. Jia Wangchuan looked at Yi Wu, feeling resentful in his heart. What reckless behavior. So what if you can kill a level 90 boss? That woman is at level 140, and a kid like you daring to challenge her deserves to be killed. Yi Wu landed where Xue Lu was sitting and smiled, saying, Xue Lu young lady, you really have a taste for the arts, watching the whole time without making a move. Don't you find it boring? Xue Lu glanced at her hands and smiled slightly. It is indeed boring, but seeing you here has lifted my spirits. The fact that you survived the previous boss truly surprises me. She propped her chin on her hand and looked at Yi Wu. What I'm more curious about is how you managed to break through the great gate of the Holy Temple, a place even the Emotsone group could not breach. Yi Wu looked at her and calmly replied, I didn't expect Xue Lu young lady to think so highly of me. However, you probably won't have the chance to see how I broke through the gate, because your Huangzhang base needs to be rebuilt after being wrecked by the boss. As the top combat power, aren't you going to return and help out? Xue Lu was startled by his words and asked, What? The base was destroyed by the boss? She quickly opened the system screen to check the information. You must know the consequences of deceiving me. Inside, Xue Lu was panic-stricken, thinking, when acting alone, she often shuts off communication devices. But why is the base being attacked by the boss? Isn't there still a way to the base of Han Mo? As the system booted up, a series of messages were sent continuously. Xue Lu, where are you now? Hurry back to me. The base has been breached. Reminder, the base is being attacked by the boss. Warning, the base has been destroyed by the boss. Xue Lu exclaimed in shock, a raid. She quickly pressed her sword against Yi Wu's neck, gritting her teeth and asking, Is this all you're doing? Yi Wu sweated when he felt the sharp blade against his throat. In his mind, he thought, when the sword is only 0.1 cm from my throat, I decided to stop pretending and use shameless lies, even if full of holes, to deceive her. He feigned helplessness and said, Don't be impulsive, Xue Lu young lady. I don't have the ability to ambush you like that. I just couldn't fight against that boss, so I wanted to lead it back to the base. I didn't expect Han Mo's base to be trampled to ruins by the boss, and the remaining people had to struggle to escape. After destroying Han Mo's base, the boss headed straight for your Huangzhang base. Xue Lu said nothing, quickly mounted her sword and flew away, exuding an aura of killing intent. Although I don't believe your words, I will temporarily spare your life. But remember this, if you truly are the one responsible for this. She glanced at Yi Wu with a gaze full of killing intent. curling her lips into a smile. No matter how far you try to hide, I will find you and make your death very ugly. Yi Wu was terrified, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, silently thinking, heavens, that expression doesn't look like she's joking. Is she really coming for me? Being targeted by a level 140 girl is definitely no joke. It's best to take it one step at a time. If it really comes down to it, I'll just burn everything I own and fight her with the Shadow King. Wanhao saw Yi Wu return and hurried over to ask, Yi Wu, you did well. What did you say to her that made her leave so quickly after just a few words? But when he looked closely, Wanhao noticed that something was off with Yi Wu's face and asked further, what's wrong with your complexion? You look terrible. Seeing his friend's concern, Yi Wu scratched his head and laughed awkwardly, I'm fine, the trouble has been dealt with. Now it's time to put all my effort into recreating the attacking weapons. Jia Wangchuan looked at Yi Wu's safely return and was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Oh my god, it's true, Shui Lu really left. This kid, aside from having a slightly pale face, is completely fine. Why did he make the whole team worry like that? 2 hours later, everyone cheered excitedly, we finally did it. The heavy firepower equipment version has been upgraded, we have truly surpassed the insect faction in terms of attack power. This is just too exhilarating, isn't it? Looking at the large robot equipped with many heavy weapons, ready for battle, the whole team became even more excited. Those damn bugs. The last attack caused us a lot of suffering, this time we must make them taste the heavy firepower shooting back at them. Lai Jiaxi still felt worried and stared at it. Even though the weapon levels have been significantly upgraded, can we really destroy the large door that has the ability to regenerate of the holy temple? Yi Wu replied cheerfully, of course, it's not enough, that's why we need to add this weapon too. He presented another large weapon, Rampage Slayer. Everyone gasped, is this the new heavy siege weapon? It's just too powerful. Looking at it, everyone can feel the full beauty of violence. Aivis chimed in as a reminder, Master, although this siege weapon has been modified, it still requires time to charge. The longer the charging time, the greater the attack power. Yi Wu looked at it and replied, no, why let it recharge? Use other firepower to defend first. Yi Wu stood in front of the large robot and commanded, go, start attacking. A large beast appeared, with a long trunk extending out, its trunk resembling a machine gun that could fire bullets continuously. Below it, there were 3 other large heads. Everyone was astonished by the scene before them. The insect side also set up a line of fiery defense, the creature resembling artillery firing far away, looking truly eerie. However, our firepower deployment was out of their firing range. Yi Wu sneered, they are wasting their efforts. On the other side, a large insect leading the swarm contemptuously said, foolish humans, do you think you are the only ones who know how to arrange firepower? Let me show you the new technology of our insects. Ha ha. Lai Jiaxi looked at them, his brows furrowing slightly in worry. Have the insects evolved a new defensive force? If they are given a little more time, won't they be able to organize into a large-scale insect formation? The talent of the insects is truly terrifying. Yi Wu also looked towards the insects and replied, the problem is not big, we fire at them to prevent them from having time to mature. In his heart, he felt excited as he thought, in the end, is the recovery speed of the holy temple faster, or is my firepower stronger? Soon, I will be able to see clearly. Yi Wu looked at Wang Chuan's back and said, Captain, the rear firepower has been completely arranged, you can give the order to attack at any time. Jia Wangchuan simply replied, okay. He stood still, closed his eyes, and focused his thoughts, to think that he could really arrange all the firepower within the set time limit. Yi Wu truly makes people see him in a new light. But does he have real strength, or is he just a performer? The results will verify that. Thinking this, Jia Wangchuan quickly ordered to fire, waving his hand and shouting loudly, blow this big door apart for me. The robot continuously fired shells at the insects. Boom boom boom. The firepower bombarded 10 times stronger, boom. He gritted his teeth and said, if you want to use the insects 10 times over to ambush us, then I will return your firepower with 10 times the bombardment. so you won't have time to recover. The guns kept firing without stopping. On the insect side, the recovery speed also increased tenfold. A person quickly reported the situation. "Master, the recovery speed of the walls and the big door of the holy temple has increased significantly, but our pill resources have already dropped to 85%. Li Jiasi calmly replied, "Don't worry about its recovery speed and the amount of pills. Keep shooting for me." Yiwu saw the large bug trying to absorb all the energy from the red orb to quickly recover, feeling furious. The holy temple is accelerating the absorption of the energy core? Those damn bugs, don't suck all my energy core, leave a little for me. The insect counterattacked, continuously firing shots. One person in the group commented, "Your firepower is indeed stronger than before, but it still has no effect. Now it's our turn to counterattack." The bullets from the insect continued to fall, but the falling speed was slower than the firing speed from Yiwu's side. Seeing this, everyone joyfully said, "Ha, the insect is still bombing. Our firing range is farther than yours, you basically can't hit us." Laughter echoed as the ground shook, with hundreds of thousands of bugs swirling into a large wheel charging forward. The self-explosive beetles had gathered in scale, creating an extremely fierce attack. Witnessing this scene, everyone was astonished. One person exclaimed, "This is basically not a bomb at all, but the self-explosive beetles are rushing in to attack. The number is too terrifying." Everyone anxiously asked, "Master, should we allocate some firepower for defense? If we let the self-explosive beetles get close, our losses will be devastating." Li Jiasi turned to Yiwu and asked, "Yiwu, what do you think?" Yiwu looked at the swarm of insects in front of him and calmly replied, "There's no need to split up, continue firing with all your strength. I have my own way to deal with those self-exploding insects." At that moment, a series of spiky balls resembling small spiders broke through the ground. They were densely packed self-exploding spider mines. Yiwu remained unperturbed as he said, "Because I have experience with self-exploding tactics. Those spiders are attacking the defense line of the self-exploding beetle swarm. Their strategy is to sacrifice individual attacks to create overwhelming pressure in numbers. It truly is a nightmare for anyone with a fear of clusters of holes." A loud explosion rang out. Everyone was both astonished and worried. The self-exploding beetles have been decimated. "Yiwu, you're really skilled." However, they still anxiously looked up at the sky as they saw a new wave of insect armor approaching, seemingly never-ending. "The self-exploding beetles are coming again, it really doesn't stop." Someone asked, "Yiwu, do you have enough spider mines?" Yiwu stuck his hands in his pockets and calmly answered, "Of course, it's not enough." Everyone was horrified and turned to look at him. "What?" Yiwu asked Aivis, "How long until our attacking force is fully charged?" The robot quickly replied, "It has reached 98%, and it will take 5 more minutes to reach 100% energy." Yiwu spoke up, "I can't wait any longer. I don't want to exhaust too much in this match." With that, he waved his hand to command his new robot to fire. Everyone looked in amazement at this robot. Its attacking weapon is too powerful. Not only does it have extremely high attack power, but it also is not afraid of the corrosion acid from self-explosive beetles. Its arms are like spiked chains, coiling tightly. Wherever they swing, they crush the insects underneath. Yiwu watched the scene of his robot attacking the insects, filled with excitement. This is a modified product made from the horn of a previous boss, enabling the robot to be completely immune to the corrosive acid of the insects. "Go, kill everything in your path for me," Yiwu shouted enthusiastically. The insects were being struck and cried out in despair, "Chit chit chit chit." Everyone noticed 2 deadly spikes from Yiwu's new weapon, crawling up the city wall, making people gossip. These insects climbed the city wall very nimbly and even skillfully dodged the waves of firepower. Finally, they began to launch an attack towards the large door of the holy temple. The large door slowly appeared, with 2 large spikes swirling around the front. The main gate of the lost holy temple, level unknown, defense index 30%, life index 100%. Everyone was astonished when they saw them and the station merged together. What are they trying to do here? As the 2 things combined into one, an infernal meat grinder instantly appeared. The extremely powerful attack made everyone exclaim in astonishment, "Is there such a fusion operation?" The information system displayed, the main gate of the Lost Holy Temple, unknown level, defense index 10%, health index 100%. Looking at their appearance and strength after fusion, everyone was dumbfounded, even a little terrified. One person said, "Damn it, this is too extravagant." Thankfully Yiwu is not their enemy, otherwise, it's unimaginable. I can't believe I dared to provoke him before, now thinking back, it's frightening. Jia Wangchuan frowned slightly when he saw this scene. He thought, this kid's engineering skills are indeed impressive. No wonder Lai Jiasi has to bow down and call him a god. But I still need to verify what his actual strength is, it must be checked further. Yiwu stared at them, telling himself, no, the attack power is still insufficient. In the end, it's still lacking a tiny bit. It seems that only charging 98% of the energy does not achieve perfect attack status. There is only one last way left. On the system screen, a notification appeared, the main gate of the Lost Holy Temple, level unknown. Shield index 8%, life index 100%. Yiwu quickly reached out towards Lai Jiasi, saying, "Master, immediately use all firepower to shoot. Allocate all resources to the bright bombardment, then aim precisely at the hellmeat grinder to shoot." Lai Jiasi nodded, replying, "Understood. All firepower is being directed at the hellmeat grinder, the bright bombardment is firing at maximum capacity." The system emitted a warning sound, "Warning, warning. Resource consumption is too fast, only 15% remaining." The hellmeat grinder was swirling madly, remaining resources, 10%. 5%. Yiwu stared at the screen, saying, "The thrust of the bright bombardment will increase the attack power of the hellmeat grinder. Before the resources run out, break through the main gate of the Holy Temple in one go." The system continued to announce, the main gate of the Lost Holy Temple, level unknown. Shield index 0%, life index 80%. A loud explosion rang out. The system announced, the main gate of the Lost Holy Temple, level unknown. Shield index 0%, life index 0%. Everyone joyfully cheered, "Finally, we have broken through the main gate of the Holy Temple. Amazing!" At this moment, a strong purple light emerged from within, piercing through the hellish meat grinder. Everyone exclaimed in panic, "What is happening?" The hellish meat grinder was struck by the light that burst from within. The Holy Temple had been destroyed. The system announced that the hellish meat grinder was at level 100, with only 2% health remaining, and the life index was at 0%. The light shot towards Yiwu's group at an extremely fast speed. Jia Wangchuan quickly created a formation to shield them. Everyone was anxious and wondered, what is happening? Are we being attacked? Yiwu stared at the large door, clearly seeing the light from within piercing through his hellish meat grinder. The distance from the moment the light burst forth to when it reached their group was only about 0.5 seconds. Yiwu turned to look at the man standing in front of the large door, thinking, my strength is still far inferior to Jia Wangchuan's. Not confronting him directly is the correct choice. Jia Wangchuan sheathed his sword and calmly said, "This is trivial, no need to be afraid." He walked past Yiwu, looked over, and said, "Yiwu, you did very well, you did not disappoint me. Your task in this dungeon is now complete. Next, leave it to our Mo-Tsong group. You all just need to stay in place and wait for orders." Yiwu nodded, okay. The people around buzzed with discussion. Was it finally time to carry out the final infiltration battle? Captain Jia Wangchuan, valiant and mighty, led the way, while the Mo-Tsong group prepared to advance. Manhwa was excited, starting to warm up his joints as he followed Jia Wangchuan's group. He looked at Yiwu and shouted, "Wait for my good news, Yiwu. Watch me crush this, the lost holy temple." The man beside him scoffed, "Don't be so loud. I will record the entire battle, later, you will have to hold back your nausea, don't mess up the footage." Manhwa was furious and shouted, "Who's going to puke?" Yiwu just smiled at them. He thought to himself, aren't they trying to clarify my intentions? Or are they just telling me to stay and wait for orders to prepare to give up, or to worry that I might snatch the boss? Although Jia Wangchuan was very powerful, it was clear he was also very cautious. Just then, from a distance, a swarm of insects rushed out, led by a beast, an Ant-Man, level 85, who shouted angrily, "Foolish humans! I have tolerated you for too long, and yet you dare to break the great door of my holy temple. I will tear you apart." Beside the Ant-Man was an elite beast explosive beetle, level 90, who coldly said, "What's the point of wasting words on them? Just kill them and be done." Both charged forward, shouting, "Die!" But before they could reach Jia Wangchuan, they were sent flying back by the shield in front of him. Jia Wangchuan's echo shield had blocked and repelled their attack, maintaining for 3 seconds. The shield dome began firing back at the beasts, catching them off guard. "What's happening? Our attacks are being fired back," Manhwa exclaimed excitedly. "You foolish pests, don't underestimate the power of our sister Lulu." At this moment, Lulu was using formation books while the buff team was still in a state of preparation. The system announced, the furious roar of the Dragon Slayer added attack power, the soul of Lat-Eta added speed, the blessing of the angel added life force, courage added spell attack, and soul element added various attributes. The insects were quickly exterminated. Manhwa enthusiastically said, "Great job, Lulu. With this buff of yours, I feel stronger and can last longer." Lulu silently smiled, but beads of sweat were starting to form on her forehead as she watched her teammates fighting against the beasts. Dark Knight Thunder Step with ambush. Song Yanshao swiftly eliminated each beast. He added, "Lasting long isn't important, speed is key. With Lulu's strength supporting me, I can handle 2 level 80 elite monsters at the same time." As he spoke, he stabbed 2 large bugs to death, breaking through the enemy lines. The bald man standing behind clasped his hands and unleashed his ultimate move, 6-armed deity Buddha. A powerful wave of energy burst forth, shaking the space, the ground cracked, and the swarm of insects was completely wiped out. Jia Wangchuan calmly said, but his words were filled with sarcasm, "Is this all you insects are capable of? No wonder you dare only hide in your nests, drawing your courage from your army when you march out, but don't dare to show yourselves. If not, then get lost and don't block my way." The large beast Shasta at level 115 raised a gigantic orb and quickly shot it towards him. "Damn it, stop being so smug. Don't think that just because you humans broke through the great door of the holy temple, you can pass through my door. I will not allow you to survive, you are not worthy of the king's trust." Jia Wangchuan gently deflected the light emitted from the orb with his sword. "The king, huh? This is new information." At that moment, a large beast unexpectedly appeared from behind, intending to ambush him. However, as soon as it got close, the beast was detected and immediately eliminated. Jia Wangchuan sheathed his sword and calmly asked, "Who is the king? Is he very powerful? Is he the brainworm that controls all you insects?" Shasta yelled in anger, "How dare you mention the brainworm? All you humans are lowly creatures. Get out of here. Our insect race is a higher lineage than humans, you are simply not comparable to us." As it spoke, it withdrew its tendrils, deeply embedded in the ground, to connect its power. Jia Wangchuan observed this and pondered, is it linking with the holy temple, directly absorbing energy from the energy core beneath the earth? Shasta aimed the muzzle of his gun at Jia Wangchuan and said cheerfully, "If you want to know, I can tell you, but only after you die." Jia Wangchuan looked at Shasta with disdain and replied, "You have quite a sharp tongue, huh?" On the other side, Lai Jiasi quietly watched, then turned to Yiwu, asking, "Do you really not want to enter the holy temple? If you're worried about Jia Wangchuan's order telling you to stay back and wait for instructions, I can help. After all, I am still the mission commander for this dungeon, and I have the authority to send you wherever you want." Yiwu smirked and replied, "No need. We will stay outside the holy temple to provide defensive support. Anyway, our team's members are still of low rank, so it's a good opportunity to hunt beasts around here to level up." Luo Feng excitedly chimed in, "The senior is right. Li Jiaxi nodded at this, closed his eyes, and commanded, "Alright, I officially assign the King's Guard team to the areas surrounding the Holy Temple for defense and patrol, to prevent wild insects from supporting the Holy Temple and to guard against a sneak attack from Huang Zhang." In his heart, he thought, although he says that, I do not believe in Yi Wu's intentions. He is just like that, even boss does not pay attention to him. Could it be that he is aiming for a bigger target? Yi Wu nodded. "Thank you, master." In fact, what he was thinking was, how can I seize the final control of this dungeon? Boss or whatever, it's good if it comes by chance. Ran Xiong, hearing the intentions of Yi Wu's group, hurriedly ran over excitedly and said, "Boss, I also want to go with everyone, let me join." Suddenly, a massive earthquake occurred. Ran Xiong screamed in fear, "Why is there an earthquake? Could it be that the battle with boss inside the holy temple shook us here?" Yi Wu felt it was strange. No, this tremor is coming from underground, right beneath us. The system announced a warning, warning, warning. The underground probe has detected a massive unknown creature rapidly approaching. Please take care to stay away. Just as the system finished speaking, the ground immediately burst open, startling everyone. Everyone was horrified to see a tremendous force breaking through the ground. The time from the warning to its appearance was so short, how could they possibly avoid it? A large tentacle stretched out, within its mouth were hundreds of sharp teeth. The system reported information, giant beast. Sandstorm incubus, level 120. Everyone gasped in surprise, what? What the hell is this? In front of them was a raging sandstorm incubus, a level 120 dungeon boss, stretching its massive tentacle head towards the crowd. Panic-stricken, people began to flee, fearfully exclaiming, "What is this? A level 120 hidden boss? It just appeared and is already rampaging like this. Run for your lives. I haven't even married yet, I don't want to die here." Li Jiaxi saw the state of panic and shouted loudly, "Calm down. We still have fighting power, we haven't completely lost our ability to resist. Immediately direct the remaining defensive firepower to concentrate fire on this hidden boss." The artillery quickly positioned for attack, continuously bombarding the giant beast. The boss's health dropped to 95%. Upon seeing the boss get injured, people felt a mixture of relief and worry, sighing, "It really is effective." The defensive turrets had been enhanced and could withstand 2 attacks from the boss, forcing it to only defend. However, the boss's skin was too thick, the current firepower was not enough to deal substantial damage. Li Jiaxi quickly ordered, "All teams from level 70 and above, take the front line. Once the defensive turrets run out of ammo, we must definitely draw the boss's aggro towards ourselves. Everyone, take your positions and prepare to fight again." Inside the Holy Temple, Wanhao spoke up, "Hello senior. Suddenly a level 120 boss has appeared outside. Do we need to allocate some combat power to support them? If not, I'm afraid they won't be able to hold out. The beast with the identity of Sasta has been eliminated." Wang Chuan replied, "No need to be distracted, focus on the enemy in front of us. This boss, through the connection with the Holy Temple, has increased both attack and defense, its true power reaching level 130. We must concentrate on attacking to avoid wasting our efforts." Hearing this, Wanhao quickly responded, "Yes." Jia Wangchuan charged forward while thinking, "This time, I didn't mean to make things difficult, but facing such a breakthrough situation, I'm very curious to see how you will respond." Outside, a tall man was rushing in, bumping into Yi Wu. "Kiddo, get out of my way, don't block the path," he roared. Yi Wu was startled looking at him, then said, "Hey, you're running in the wrong direction. The front line is over there, why are you running behind?" Behind him, an entire bear fighter combat team at level 90 was pursuing him. Miao Xiong, the captain of the level 90 bear fighter combat team, glared and shouted, "Who do you think you are to manage? Aren't you supposed to be very skilled? Why don't you go up and fight the boss?" His followers spoke up, "Senior, we are currently the highest ranked combat team. Escaping like this will surely lead to punishment from the corporation." Miao Xiong looked at him and replied, I have never fought a battle without certainty. Punishment is punishment, but it is still better than losing my life. Staying here will definitely lead to death. Damn it, who would know that we have escaped anyway? In a panic, someone rushed to report to Lai Jiasi, Master, the bear fighter combat team has run away. Our highest ranked combat team now only has the level 85 storm battle team left. Lai Jiasi frowned as he looked ahead, thinking, a bunch of weaklings, could it be that their combat team ranks were all just upgraded? At that moment, Lu Changfeng, the captain of the level 85 storm battle team, approached Lai Jiasi and said seriously, although the bear fighter combat team is quite strong, their actions are cunning. When they see the situation is unfavorable, they run. This does not surprise me. Rest assured, our storm battle team will fight until the last moment and will always stand by Yi Wu. He glanced at Yi Wu's group and thought, relying solely on their own combat team will not be enough to stop the enemy. But adding Yi Wu into the mix will be different. I am sure that Yi Wu is still hiding his true strength. It is fortunate that Yi Wu is allied with the young lady, otherwise, they would face an extremely formidable opponent. Yi Wu instructed each person, Luo Feng, you lead Yun Fei and the others to retreat. This boss's appearance is somewhat strange, and I must go clarify a few things. Luo Feng quickly nodded, understood, senior. Yun Fei looked worriedly at Yi Wu and said, You should be careful too. Yi Wu stood observing the artillery continuously firing at the large beast. The explosion sounds boom, boom, boom echoed, and he pondered, strange, the boss is hidden yet it appears in a frenzied state. Can't our side draw its aggro? Or is it because we attacked the holy temple earlier that we provoked it? Could it be sent by the holy temple? The sandstorm incubus was rampaging, its snout sucking everything into its belly. Everyone panicked and shouted, it's over, the boss is sucking the turret into its stomach. Our defenses have collapsed, but it still has 80% of its health left. How are we supposed to fight it? We're definitely going to die. After sucking everything in, it turned its snout in the opposite direction. Everyone was astonished to see, it's not attacking us but is heading towards the holy temple. What does it want to do? Suddenly, the ground shook violently. People gasped as they saw the sandstorm incubus using its large snout to strike the holy temple. This boss is attacking the holy temple. Aren't they on the same team? Why are they fighting each other? What is going on? Yi Wu excitedly said, I understand now. If I'm not mistaken, this boss is definitely a monster, and its target is the energy core beneath the ground. Everyone was equally astonished. What? Its large tentacle is continuing to strike the door of the holy temple? Bam! Yi Wu spoke up, everyone look at the old wounds on its body. Given its defensive power, a normal force definitely couldn't create such scars. This must have occurred during its struggle for the energy core with the holy temple. And our previous attacks caused the holy temple to absorb many energy cores, which is why it got angry. Lai Jiasi stared at the beast and said, the greatest hatred of this boss all along has been towards the holy temple, so it doesn't attack us. Such logic makes sense. Lu Changfeng beside him said, although this boss is level 120, the holy temple isn't a question mark level, it fundamentally doesn't stand a chance. The frenzied sandstorm incubus was shot through its tentacle, letting out a painful grunt, its health points only remaining at 50%. Everyone gasped, good heavens, is the holy temple finally fighting back? This boss in front of the holy temple is like a piece of tofu, easily pierced through. Yi Wu was horrified as he thought, the holy temple still has this trick? Could it be that our artillery position is out of its attack range? Or does it not bother to attack us? If not, then when we unleash a bit of firepower against it, it only needs 1 or 2 attacks like this, and we will fail. Thinking back, it's really terrifying. The beast, in pain, approached Yi Wu's group. The growls echoed, causing everyone to panic as they looked at it. The boss is attacking us again. This time, has it completely lost its sanity? Lai Jiasi quickly ordered, everyone follow my command, run towards the holy temple. He gritted his teeth, thinking, this boss has completely fallen into a state of madness. We basically have no chance of winning. Although getting closer to the holy temple is also very dangerous, at least it is better than facing the boss in this frenzied state. A loud noise echoed, boom. Lai Jiaxi was startled to see two gears that had been separated, blocking on both sides to protect everyone. Yi Wu warned, don't go towards the holy temple, it's very dangerous over there too. Everyone was startled and looked at Yi Wu. Is this the rampaging beast that has been fixed? The two gears were spinning wildly, charging in and slicing through the tangle of tentacles. Yi Wu observed from this side, thinking carefully, its current state is very unstable, getting close will be extremely dangerous. Moreover, there could also be an impact from the battle with the boss inside. He thought to himself, the Emote Song group is already struggling to protect themselves, they cannot assist. Leave it to me. Hearing this, Lai Jiaxi anxiously said, you don't need to force yourself like this. He had been fighting continuously through many battles, and his body and mind must be very tired. Yi Wu glanced behind and replied, don't worry, I can still endure. This boss may have a thick shell, but its brain capacity is quite thin. I like the dumb ones like it. Lai Jiaxi looked at him and asked, what do you plan to do? Yi Wu did not take long to respond. He quickly summoned Nana, immediately gather all the mining robots to the position I indicate. Nana responded instantly, yes, master. Once the formation was fully prepared, Yi Wu said, I will lure the boss over there, then pull off a big stunt. The lineup of mining robots was fully assembled, arranged in a long line stretching for miles. Nana reported to Yi Wu, Master, everything has been gathered here as you requested. Yi Wu praised, good, very good, Nana. Nana then asked, what should I do next? Yi Wu replied, what we are about to face is a level 120 hidden boss. I need you to give your all to do one thing. Didn't you previously leverage your ability to merge machinery to transform into a Valkyrie form? I need you to merge all the mining robots into a brand new combat robot, one that is stronger. With your capabilities, it should be very easy to do, right? Nana unexpectedly showed a clear sense of worry, this can't be true, right? Could it be that he has discovered my true strength? Has he also realized my intent to kill him? She questioned herself in anxiety, how could that be? If he knows my intention, he definitely wouldn't treat me so kindly. The characteristics of my abilities could indeed enhance the machines. But how am I supposed to face him next? Yi Wu suddenly spoke up, startling Nana, Nana, what's wrong? Is my request feasible? Nana responded immediately, yes, it can be done, Master. Nana will do it right away, out of gratitude for you saving my life. She thought to herself, I will follow your request, so you can see the true power of the Mechanical Queen. With many high-level bosses as materials, even a level 120 boss shouldn't be a problem. Having said that, Nana commanded the machines to upgrade to their strongest form. Come on, my machines, become a part of me. Instantly, the robots around began to detach and merge with Nana's main robot, forming a reinforced fusion. She thought, I will endure a little loss, creating this robot according to your aesthetic. The reinforcement process began, first the chest, then the arms and the back. Finally, it reached the most critical part, but perhaps she couldn't withstand it due to her low level, and her consciousness began to fade away. You think, the forced integration of so many machines has exceeded my abilities. It's truly frustrating, just one last step is all that's missing. Struggling to find a way to complete the enhancement, Yi Wu fortunately arrived just in time to assist. You're doing great, Nana. You've worked hard, leave the rest to me, I'll assemble the head. Thanks to the final piece from Yi Wu, they successfully enhanced it, creating the Crimson Moon Wild Lotus through the integration and transformation of the mining machines. Although it remained a mining machine at its core, the enormous drill on its outer arm was capable of drilling through even the hardest magic crystals. It was said that it could even pierce the sky. Yi Wu noticed that the Reaper was also on the verge of collapse, so he instructed them to merge with the Crimson Moon Wild Lotus. With all of you, this machine will truly be complete. It's time to strike. Yi Wu then maneuvered the Crimson Moon Wild Lotus to drill straight into the rampaging sandstorm incubus, but it seemed to have no effect. He laughed. You're not too shabby, huh? My drill couldn't puncture you. No wonder you've been feasting so well, even my defensive fortress has been completely devoured by you. But no matter how solid it is, my attacks will at least make you bleed. Na realized there was a risk and promptly warned, Master, this intense attack method is consuming a massive amount of resources. With the remaining resources, we can only sustain this for about 2 more minutes. Yi Wu immediately replied, 2 minutes is enough. He opened up to full power, deciding to end the battle within 2 minutes. Yi Wu charged forward, actively attacking the frenzied sandstorm incubus with all his might. How could it dodge my attack? What is it trying to do? Yi Wu frowned, observing his opponent. Suddenly, the frenzied sandstorm incubus swallowed a large amount of magic crystal, causing Yi Wu to become furious. He shouted, "Shut your mouth, you bastard! That's my magic crystal. Do you have any idea how much money I lost for that piece?" Nana, witnessing the scene, thought to herself, why does my master lose his mind when it comes to money? He completely transforms into a different person. What's so valuable about that? Isn't it just a symbolic, illusory item? However, this could also be considered my master's biggest weakness. I can exploit this to defeat him and make him secretly admire me. I'll decide on that. He. The drill continued to pierce the frenzied sandstorm incubus, but after swallowing the magic crystal, its body seemed unaffected. The magic crystal had hardened, enveloping its body and enhancing its defensive capabilities. Nana asked Yi Wu, Master, if our weapon cannot penetrate, what should we do next? Yi Wu calmly replied, Isn't this just like the 3-headed magic crystal monster from the King's Landing Club before? We have experience dealing with this type, so there's no need to panic. Yi Wu immediately controlled the Crimson Moon Wild Lotus to leap up, using strength to punch furiously at the boss. He only needed to utilize absolute power to suppress it, but it seemed to have no effect whatsoever. Nana said, Master, our attack is fierce like a tiger, but if you look closely, the boss's health hasn't decreased at all. Moreover, there are only 20 seconds left before the fusion state will be lifted. Yi Wu replied, It's not the right time yet. The effects of this fighting style will only appear at the very last moment. When the enhancement time ends, the Crimson Moon Wild Lotus must separate immediately. The amount of resources has also been depleted. It's hard to understand why it has gone so quickly. Nana was worried, the boss hasn't lost health, we're done for. Suddenly, the sandstorm incubus violently spewed out a thick green slime, an immense quantity. Nana was surprised, what's wrong with the boss? It was an unusual state, dazed and creating a high-level shockwave. After Yi Wu's relentless punches, the sandstorm incubus had fallen into a dazed state and ejected a large number of items. Although the boss's health didn't decrease, somehow Yi Wu managed to make it unconsciously enter this state and spit out numerous items. Damn it, what kind of operation is this? The sandstorm incubus, in a frenzied state, crawled underground to escape. Seeing that, Nana yelled, Master, it's running away. Should we chase it while we have the upper hand? Yi Wu replied, No need. Let it go. Our resources are exhausted, and we can't continue fighting it any longer. However, to be precise, we should consider it a stroke of good luck that we've been saved. Yi Wu looked at the vomit of the sandstorm incubus. The filthy mess splattered everywhere made him feel nauseous. The most important thing right now was to deal with the pile of mixed equipment in that disgusting substance, which emitted an unimaginable foul odor. Though he was very money-minded, Yi Wu did not have the courage to face this challenge, so he ordered Nana, go help me retrieve that equipment. Nana, hearing the command, froze, her heart filled with grievance, but she dared not protest. She murmured, Yes, Master. How despicable, to not feel ashamed sending me to do such disgusting work. You love money so much, why don't you do it yourself, only knowing how to command me? Despite her dissatisfaction, Nana still followed the order. She shot a red beam from her eyes, vaporizing the filthy slimy substance. Although it was a very disgusting task, Nana simply closed her sense of smell, then used a high-energy beam to evaporate the corrosive substance, while conveniently sterilizing the equipment. Yiwu saw Nana accomplish that and praised her, so that's how it can be done. Well done, Nana. The system immediately announced, "Congratulations, Master, you have received 800,000 experience points, 500,000 gold coins, 50 level 100 magic crystals, along with a rich array of equipment." The Abyssal Master's Spear is a melee weapon with the ability to enhance piercing damage and reduce armor points. Anything in its path has its weaknesses laid bare. The underground invisible cloak is a thin cloak like the wings of a cicada, capable of masking aura, reducing hostility points by over 30% and increasing amplification effects by 50%. Crystal clear bug saliva is a transparent liquid from an unidentified insect species, which can be used in alchemy. Slimy cocoon, a strange type of cocoon, appears to still be wriggling. Broken black slate is a fragment of an ancient, mysterious stone, inscribed with bizarre scripts never seen before. The key to the dungeon where trials from level 1 to 50 take place, allowing access to the special trial dungeon, with unlimited uses. The master has activated the special feature of the lucky ring. The key to the dungeon where trials from level 1 to 50 has been upgraded to the dungeon of trials from level 1 to 100. Yiwu exclaimed upon harvesting many items, "What a bountiful harvest!" Although these items are not particularly useful to me, they offer significant support to the members of the combat team. For instance, the Abyssal Master's Spear and Underground Invisible Cloak will allow Chi-Chi to unleash her maximum potential with these items. Additionally, the key to the dungeon trials from levels 1 to 100 has been upgraded by the Luck Ring, making it useful for helping team members level up. Lastly, we have the strangest item, the slimy cocoon. I can't help but wonder what's inside this cocoon. It feels like there's a living creature in there. Nana, on the other hand, completely opposed Yiwu's enthusiasm. Seeing the slimy cocoon made her frown. "It's disgusting. As a mechanical queen, I detest soft, wriggly stuff like this." Suddenly, the slimy cocoon began to move. Hey, it seems like what's inside wants to break out." "This is getting interesting," Yiwu said, her eyes lighting up. "Let's see what's inside." Turns out it's a baby beetle. And it's a rare pet. Yiwu cheered with delight. "It's so small yet already level 110. Truly amazing." Nana, however, appeared indifferent and shook her head. "It's just a little bug, is it really necessary to be so excited about it?" The baby beetle, upon seeing Yiwu and Nana for the first time, immediately recoiled in fear into its cocoon. Yiwu, noticing this, laughed and said, "Kiddo, you seem to be quite afraid of strangers, huh? Don't be scared, come out so I can see what you really are." Suddenly, the baby beetle spoke up. You can't do that. I am the Prince of Insects, you are not allowed to harm me." Hearing the baby beetle's tone, Yiwu chuckled. "So you're not just a cute pet?" "A bit disappointing, but what on earth is a Prince of Insects?" Ivis interjected, speaking seriously. "It may sound like boasting, but based on the system data, it is not lying." Nana cautiously warned, "Master, be careful. Don't be quick to believe its words. Who knows, it might be a disguise of some boss monster. After all, its rank is level 110. Yiwu looked at the baby beetle with curiosity. "Assuming you are the Prince of Insects, how did you end up in the belly of that big beast? If I hadn't beaten it to throw you up, wouldn't you be stuck in its stomach for life?" Upon hearing this, the baby beetle gleefully brightened up, its eyes sparkling. "Really? You defeated that sandstorm incubus and saved me? Thank you, you are my lifesaver." The baby beetle immediately explained, "I am the king of this world, living in the holy temple. But one day, my father was brutally assassinated. Before I could investigate the reasons clearly, my uncle quickly gathered factions, using force to seize the throne and abduct my mother. To console the people, they exiled me on the surface, but in reality, they directed allies to assassinate me. To protect myself, I had to devolve into a pupa, but my life force gradually depleted. If it weren't for you saving me, I might have died in his belly." Yiwu, upon hearing this, thought to himself, "I didn't expect that within the insect world, there would be such power struggles. It seems that power not only changes people's hearts, but even beasts are not exempt. Yi Wu asked, so what do you plan to do next? If you want to play the role of a prince seeking revenge, how can you counter your uncle in your current tiny form? The baby beetle's eyes brightened as he looked at Yi Wu. Aren't you here? You are so strong, you can definitely defeat my uncle. Please help me. Yi Wu quickly declined. No, I am not interested in the internal affairs of your insects, nor do I want to get involved in any violence. If you want to reclaim your position, find someone else to help. Seeing this, the baby beetle said, regaining the position is not the goal. I just want to save my mother and stop my uncle from destroying this world. Because if it continues like this world will be destroyed. If you help me defeat my uncle, you can be king. Yi Wu then became very excited. So what are we waiting for? Me being king is basically unrealistic, but to prevent this world from being destroyed, I have to help you defeat your uncle. Moreover, a human like me cannot become the king of your insects. The baby beetle bit Yi Wu's hand. Just like that is enough. Nana pretended to be worried about Yi Wu. Your insect dared to bite my master. But deep down, she was truly malicious. Humph, why didn't you bite harder? Yi Wu, noticing the glowing mark on his hand, curiously asked, what is this glowing mark? The baby beetle explained, this is our clan's mark. As long as you have it, you are qualified to become king, commanding the former subordinates of my father. Although our numbers are very small and we are exiled to the edge of the world. Hearing this, Yi Wu's eyes lit up, saying, so, as long as I become king, I can dominate this world and do whatever I want? The baby beetle looked a bit worried and said, that's right, but please don't do anything strange. I hope I didn't choose the wrong person, right? Suddenly, Lai Jiaxi called Yi Wu. Yi Wu, how's the situation on your side? Yi Wu replied, basically, it's all handled. Unfortunately, the boss has escaped. Lai Jiaxi said, it's okay, it's good that we can return safely. The battle on the Mo Tsong group's side has also concluded, but there was a little problem. You need to hurry back. Hearing this, Yi Wu immediately turned back. When he arrived at the inner courtyard of the Holy Temple, Yi Wu saw that the Mo Tsong group had dealt with the gatekeeper boss. Yun Xiao was poisoned and in a strange state. After inhaling a lethal poisonous gas, he had entered a countdown state. If the poison was not cured within an hour, his body would rot and he would die. Seeing this, Yi Wu asked, what's wrong with him? This boss is quite vicious. Wanhao replied, isn't it because this guy was eager to fight and carelessly got hit by the boss's attack before he could use his skill, resulting in this state? Lu was trying to treat Yun Xiao, but there were no promising results. This boss, my magic can't dispel it. It seems we need a special antidote, but we don't have it. Lai Jiaxi standing beside also said, if we could take him back to the headquarters, the corporation's resources could help the alchemists research an antidote very quickly, but even then it wouldn't be within an hour. Everyone was waiting, hoping to be able to open the teleportation gate. Yi Wu cannot see death without intervening. Isn't it true that you will be in danger as well? Even though this person keeps targeting me, his death would also be a loss for the organization. At the very least, she would be heartbroken over it. Wang Chuan is really cold-hearted. He thinks joining the Mo Tsong group means accepting that one could sacrifice at any moment. If he can't be saved, then it's simply his fate. There's no need to hesitate because of this. The key issue is that the current team is short-handed, and Yi Wu will temporarily fill this vacancy. Yi Wu is surprised by Wang Chuan's decision and asks, what? Do you mean you want me to join the Mo Tsong group? Hearing Jia Wangchuan's decision, everyone is taken aback and begins to discuss fervently. Jia Wangchuan has actually let that kid join the Mo Tsong group. One person whispers, did I hear wrong? I wouldn't even dare to dream of joining the Mo Tsong group, it's just that my strength doesn't allow it. But Yi Wu not only managed to control the massive insect army at the front line but also scared off the boss beforehand. He really is qualified for this. Lu Changfeng ponders, questioning what Jia Wangchuan's intentions might be. Seeing the reactions of everyone, Yiwu steps forward and interrupts. Can we put this aside for now? There are more important matters at hand. Jia Wangchuan turns to him and asks, what is it? Yiwu approached Song Yanxiao, who was critically injured lying on the ground, and said, I want to see if I can save him. Everyone did not believe Yiwu's words. What a joke! Even the goddess Dan Lu could not heal him, so how could he think he could? Hearing this, Luofeng could not help but retort, this bastard is always rude to seniors, yet the senior still manages to save him without holding a grudge, he is really lucky. The girl next to Luofeng saw this and did not forget to mock, Yiwu must have some ulterior motive for acting this way. Didn't you say he has offended you many times before? And now he's obediently acting like a junior, isn't he? Luofeng heard the sarcasm in her words but did not refute it, silently acknowledging that he truly was foolish in the past. Looking at Yiwu's back, he thought, in the past, I really was blind and did not know what true strength was. It was the senior who helped me understand what true greatness is, both in terms of strength and character. A girl with white hair furrowed her brows and asked, this poison is not easy to cure. Are you sure you are not being foolish? If you cure him, our team will no longer need you. You are digging your own grave for your future. At this moment, a man wearing a large Buddhist necklace around his neck clasped his hands before his chest and interrupted, if Yiwu has a compassionate heart, then let him try. Saving a person is also a form of kindness. Leia, irritated, shouted, what kind of logic is operating in your head? While everyone was still arguing, Song Yanxiao, lying unconscious on the ground, suddenly woke up, opened one eye to look at Yiwu and said, I do not need you to treat me. Cough cough cough. Seeing that Song Yanxiao, even on the brink of death, still refused to yield words, Yiwu chuckled and advised, I suggest you conserve your energy to avoid dying too soon. Even in a near-death state, Song Yanxiao remained resolute in not allowing Yiwu to treat him. Gritting his teeth to endure the pain, he stated, you don't need to pretend to be kind-hearted. I, Song Yanxiao, am not the kind of person who clings to life out of fear of death. When I joined the Emote Song group, I was mentally prepared, as long as I can become stronger, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my own life. Yiwu was left speechless by him. He sat down, bowed his head to look at him, and said, I have no interest in your matters. My true purpose in doing this is for Yin Huan. Because I took your place, she was suspended from duty, and that gave you the opportunity to join Emote Song. If you sacrifice your life over this, with her character, she will definitely blame herself immensely. Therefore, it can be said that saving your life has nothing to do with you. Song Yanxiao was taken aback by Yiwu's explanation, I didn't expect it to be like this. He is tormenting me. I had prepared myself for the fact that I would definitely not survive, and now he is giving me hope to continue living, while using reasons that make it impossible for others to refuse. Too despicable. Seeing Song Yanxiao's attitude soften, agreeing to let him treat her, Yiwu turned to AI Vis and asked, AI Vis, with the current medicinal herbs available, can you concoct an antidote to cure this poisoning state? Elder Li of Huangjiang had given us many precious remedies and herbs before, right? AI Vis replied, I'm sorry, Master, but right now there is no remedy available in stock to concoct this antidote. Hearing this, Yiwu panicked and questioned, what? You were pretending to be capable, and now you say it can't be cured? AI Vis broke into a cold sweat, thinking that this matter had nothing to do with him. At that moment, a chubby spiritual creature appeared on Yiwu's shoulder and spoke up, I have a way. I saw that in your system's storage, there is AI crystalline insect saliva that you just obtained, it can be used to create the antidote. Yiwu was overjoyed, finally, there's an alternative. So it can be used for this purpose. However, he couldn't help but ponder, aren't you afraid of being discovered by others when you leave my system space on your own? Crystalline insect saliva is the clear mucus of a certain type of snake, it is unclear which insect it belongs to, but it seems that it can be used to concoct medicine. Yiwu squinted and said to her, it's okay, I have a hidden technique to keep me safe, they won't see me. Although crystalline insect saliva is effective as an antidote, using it solely for detoxification would be quite wasteful. If utilized properly, it could be concocted into something even better, such as by fusing and refining it. Yi Wu quickly decided, saving people is the most important thing right now. He said, let's fuse it with the most advanced antidote I currently have. The system's voice rang out announcing the completion of the concoction. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained a potion with 10 times the essence of insects. This is a brand new product, the result of fusing the essence of insects potion and a high-level antidote. The potion works gradually to detoxify insects, counteract lethal toxins, and maintains its effect for 10 continuous hours. The girl wearing glasses, named Lulu, took the vial of potion and exclaimed in surprise, "You actually made an antidote." But it seems it can't completely eliminate the poison, it can only temporarily relieve it. Manhwa beside her smiled broadly and said to her, "Don't be so strict, Lulu. Going from 1 hour to 10 hours is already impressive." Yi Wu stood up, put his hands in his pockets, and said to them, "Although I could concoct a complete antidote, I can only produce one portion. To prepare for any future encounters with insect poisoning during battles, I intentionally divided the effect of the potion into 10 parts. This way, at least we can buy ourselves some more time." Manhwa had great trust in Yi Wu and praised him, as expected of Yi Wu, "Your thoughts are truly thorough." Master Lai Jiasi clasped his hands and approached to analyze the situation. In these 10 hours is the golden time for rescue. Now we have two options. One is to build the teleportation door within 10 hours. As long as we make good use of the ore mining robots you created, it should not be a big problem. The second option is to quickly clear the dungeon and complete the mission. As long as we can clear the dungeon, we will be able to obtain return scrolls, and can also return to the headquarters for professional treatment. Yi Wu raised the next issue. My ore mining machines have already been depleted in the battle against the sandworm boss, and now only 2 are left. However, if they are run at full power, perhaps. Manhwa sighed, looked at Yi Wu, and said, "You really love to pose challenging problems for others. Then we can only choose the second option. However, the teleportation door must also be improved and constructed at the same time." Yi Wu took the medicine bottle, approached Song Yanxiao who was sitting down, held the bottle out in front of him and said, "Although the medicine is ready, whether to drink it or not is up to you." Song Yanxiao endured the pain, took the bottle and drank it all in one go. "I trust in the strength of Mo Tsong Group and the captain. 10 hours is enough." Hearing that Song Yanxiao had finished drinking but only trusted the team without saying a word of thanks to Yi Wu, one person, feeling indignant, shouted, "Ungrateful! Our senior saved you, and yet you don't even have a word of thanks." Wang Xuan, seeing that the situation had progressed a bit, walked towards the two and said, "I won't make any promises to anyone. The mission comes first, we won't handle the task carelessly just to save time. Let's go." Yi Wu looked at Ji Wang Chuan as he walked by and suggested, "Before we depart, I have a small request. May I bring my team members along? After all, we are a whole." Before he could finish speaking, Manhwa vehemently objected, "What? Are you crazy, Yi Wu? The place we are about to go is the nest of the insects, with an average level above 80. If you bring along those underlings around level 50, isn't that just leading them to their deaths?" Yi Wu turned to reassure him, "Don't worry, I have my plans." Even hearing this, Manhwa still tried to find another reason. "First of all, no matter your plans, our senior will not agree to this kind of request from you." Not waiting for him to finish speaking, Wang Chuan made a decision, "It's fine. Have your people set off. Whether you go to seek your own death or for some other reason, as long as you don't hinder me from carrying out my mission, I won't stop you." Manhwa questioned, if it were a normal situation, Senior would definitely not care about such requests. With Yi Wu, Senior has often been quite accommodating. "What exactly are your intentions?" "The lost holy temple, deep within, the monsters are howling everywhere." "Aha, how can there be such brutal humans? Run! Run! They are fighting fiercely to gain experience points." Luo Feng stood on the side, satisfied, joyfully speaking with Yi Wu and the others. Following the bosses to clear the high-level dungeon for experience points is truly amazing. The experience points are increasing rapidly. While this excited everyone, Luo Feng had some concerns. "Senior, is it really appropriate for us to blatantly watch such a spectacle? Yiwu did not care, shrugged, then stuffed his hands into his pockets, stepping on a fallen monster. Who cares about them? Wang Xuan said nothing more, not wanting to worry about such matters. The chubby little creature from before, named Baby Beetle, reappeared on Yiwu's shoulder. He turned to it and asked, "How are you doing, Baby Beetle? Seems a bit off, huh?" It clung tightly to his shoulder, then expressed their feelings. He sensed a wave of ominous aura. This is clearly the palace that I was once very familiar with, but now feels so alien. Moreover, I feel deep within the holy temple an emanation of very evil and desperate aura. Hearing this, Yiwu also felt that the situation was not right. Now that you mention it, I seem to sense it too. Strange auras began to emanate all around. He wondered, what secret is ultimately hidden deep within this lost holy temple? Yiwu recognized this aura as very familiar. He turned to Baby Beetle and asked, "This aura is most likely emanated by your uncle. How did the holy temple look like before? Is it significantly different from now?" Baby Beetle nodded in agreement with Yiwu's words and began to explain. Of course, it was different. Before, under the reign of my father, the holy temple was filled with pure and divine energy. The citizens of the race all lived very happily. Those days were supposed to last, but since my uncle took power, everything has changed. The pure energy of the holy temple has turned into evil and polluted energy. Those who are infected by the evil energy lose their rationality, becoming aggressive and insane. Yiwu asked in astonishment, "Is the energy of the holy temple that you speak of the energy core emanating from deep within the earth? What differences were there between before and now?" The Baby Beetle was also surprised by his knowledge. "What? You actually know about the existence of the energy core? It's truly hard to believe. It's not called the energy core, but rather the heart of the insect. This is not only the source of the power of the holy temple but also the energy source of the entire world. Uncle is using powerful evil energy to gradually corrupt it. However, if we can purify it in time, it can still be restored to its original state. But if it continues like this, once it's completely corrupted, the entire world will fall into chaos and collapse." After hearing the Baby Beetle explain, he held his head in despair, thinking, "Damn it, it's not easy to encounter a perfect dungeon like this. If it's completely corrupted, what will I have left? This is forcing me to speed up. If I don't hurry, this duck will fly away." At this moment, Leia from a distance was being pursued by a colorful dragonfly, an elite level 85. Seeing the group behind her with relatively low levels, she said, "Haze, I'm sorry, I've attracted a beast. I'm also afraid there's nowhere to release my anger." Yiwu shouted, "I'm in a bad mood with nowhere to vent, don't block my way." Without any wasted motion, he jumped up and split the colorful dragonfly in half with a single strike, easily ensuring it died before it could even gasp, only managing to let out a gr sound before falling silent. Seeing Yiwu suddenly make a move, Wan Hao excitedly turned to say, "Why is this kid Yiwu suddenly so active? I thought he just wanted to hang back and leech off the experience points." The bald guy with the beaded necklace also chimed in, "Even though he doesn't need to participate in the battle right now, it seems like he can't hold back the surging power within him." Lulu was about to say something more when Leia beside her scoffed and said, I was planning to teach him a lesson, but it turned out to be an easy fix." Pointless. Hearing that, Lulu turned to question, "Did you purposely ride on the beast's attack?" The other person immediately felt guilty and denied, "Oh, I didn't." Lulu ignored him and suggested, "For next month's team rewards, I want to reconsider the distribution method." Leia anxiously pleaded, "Please don't, Sister Lulu, I was wrong." Yiwu felt fortunate that Lulu had spoken up. He thought, "Great, finally she has come to the forefront." Baby Beetle then presented Yiwu with a choice. "Next, you will have to face two options." Yiwu felt intrigued and asked, "Choice? What choice? I don't have time to choose right now, nor do I want to keep you waiting." The Baby Beetle quickly replied, "Just go straight ahead, and not far ahead, you will come to a fork in the road. One path leads directly to the depths of the holy temple. My uncle and his bodyguard team are probably there. The other path leads to the incubation room. My uncle is exploiting the dark energy to enhance and speed up the hatching of the main species, cultivating a large number of soldiers to serve as expendables for the war. Hearing this, Yu Wu stroked his chin in thought. He silently pondered, no wonder last time, the number of insects in the epic level special event was 10 times greater. It turns out the hatching speed has changed. Although I really want to head straight to the lair now, the incubation room must be prioritized. I can't let it keep producing violent soldiers at such a fast rate, otherwise, the people outside will be in danger. Yi Wu continued to think, however, if I tell the cold-faced guy the truth, he will definitely ignore the incubation room and choose to go straight to the holy temple. With his personality, he absolutely won't care about the safety of the outside people or the mission. He looked at Jia Wangchuan, who was fiercely battling the monsters, and made a decision, so, I have to think of another way. After defeating the monsters, the group moved forward and encountered a fork in the road. Wanhao angrily muttered, same old trick, every dungeon maze has this. One side is a trap and a dead end, while the other side has a treasure mirror. Lulu, standing behind, also reported on the situation at the two forks in the road. She said that the drones sent to scout the paths had all been shot down. It seemed that no matter which way they went, there were heavy troops guarding. A teammate next to her asked, so what should we do? Are we just supposed to rely on our instincts to guess the way? Head shaved, you usually use magic to make precise predictions, why not give us some advice? Head shaved immediately shook his head in refusal, no, I can't. Since stepping into the lost holy temple, my connection with my Buddha has been interrupted. Yi Wu confidently stepped forward and said to everyone, relying on my rich experience and instincts, I choose to take this path. Wanhao, upon hearing this, expressed trust, I believe in you. Normally you have many tricks, but this time you must have discovered something. Head shaved also nodded in agreement, my judgment is not different from your instincts. Jia Wangchuan unexpectedly went straight in the opposite direction from the path that Yi Wu had chosen. Wanhao, standing beside him, also didn't know what to do, silently thinking, is there really disagreement over the path chosen? Jia Wangchuan furrowed his brow and said, I don't believe in your strange intuition. I only trust my own judgment. The whole team, follow me. Although at first everyone agreed with Yi Wu's intuition, Jia Wangchuan was still their senior. The leader's orders cannot be disregarded. The whole team had no choice but to respond and continue following Jia Wangchuan. While walking, everyone turned to comfort Yi Wu, our captain is always like this, once he makes a decision, no one can change it. You can only listen to him. Yi Wu smiled politely in response, I understand. Who told him his strength is the greatest? Regarding these monster roadblocks, Jia Wangchuan only needed to deliver a single blow to eliminate them, as easy as slicing fruit. Upon entering the room, he was surprised to discover that this was the incubation room of the Holy Temple. Everyone exclaimed, is this the incubation room of the insects? Yi Wu pretended to be surprised, did we actually make it to the incubation room of the insects? The captain's instinct is truly remarkable for finding the lair of the insect army. But in his heart, Yi Wu felt smug, thinking, that's only natural, wasn't this due to the negligence of a certain individual? Wanhao, excited and ready for action, said, although this isn't the final boss area, finding the source of the insect waves is still a considerable gain. Let's quickly destroy this place. The teammates around him eagerly chimed in, destroying things is my specialty. Jia Bao suddenly questioned Yi Wu, how did you know for sure that he would choose this path? What if he and you happened to choose the same route? Understanding Jia Bao's concerns, Yi Wu confidently explained, that can't happen. Jia Wangchuan has never trusted me from the beginning. With his personality, he would never choose the same path as me. I'm simply taking advantage of his tendency to do the opposite. Yi Wu continued, now the road is chosen by him, even if he cries, he must go all the way. Yi Wu turned to his team and commanded, let's go, we need to help. We have to act fast before these monster eggs hatch, and quickly destroy this place. Luo Feng finally waited for the senior's order. He eagerly replied, all right, senior, I've been itching to get started. Just sitting around and enjoying so many experience points is truly addictive. It was at this moment that Jia Wangchuan realized he had been tricked by Yi Wu. He approached and blocked Yi Wu's path, asking, "You did that on purpose, right?" But Yi Wu just smiled mischievously, evading the arm that was holding him and running away, saying loudly, "Huh, Captain Jia, what did you just say?" "What purpose?" "I was running so fast I didn't hear clearly." Seeing this, Jia Wangchuan thought he must have overanalyzed, and he shook his head, replying, "Never mind, it's nothing." Upon hearing this, Yi Wu immediately said, "Great." Then he hurriedly ran off, leaving Jia Wangchuan watching him with a cold expression, a murderous intent clearly visible on his face. He thought to himself, "Did this guy truly not mean it, or has he guessed my true intentions?" As he ran, Yi Wu suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He turned pale as he realized Jia Wangchuan's murderous intent. "I get it now, I get it, the warning of your murderous intent, I've received it." He told himself, "Although I can't be sure about your true motives, you can still use invisible killing intent to warn me." Yi Wu continued, "No wonder you are the top master of the MO attack team, not to be underestimated." Boom! Something just fell to the ground. They hurriedly ran over to check the situation. What happened? Something fell from the sky. The boss of the dungeon finally appeared. She was furious, looking at them and said, "You dare to destroy my lair? Then you will have to use your own bodies to compensate." Diana smiled mockingly, glancing at them. "You tiny humans could actually break the great door of the holy temple and invade my territory. How surprising. But this is where it ends. Because you will all die here, or if you are lucky, become nutrients." At this moment, Leia, full of excitement, said, "As a spider, with a human upper body. I must say, quite beautiful." Wanhao felt speechless. "My brother, your taste is a bit special. You can even swallow a bug." Diana felt insulted but still maintained a smile on her face. She spoke sarcastically, "What a rude bunch of humans. A scrawny person with not even a muscle on their chest dares to doubt this extremely perfect form of life of mine. You all have only one outcome, just go die. You don't even have the qualification to become nutrients." Diana continued, however. She moved closer to Jia Wangchuan, showing great interest. "You look different from them. Not only is your strength impressive, but your appearance is not bad either. Are you interested in being my male pet? That way, not only will you continue to live, but you will also live very happily." Jia Wangchuan coldly unleashed a move, severing Diana's leg. "I have no interest in insects." Diana screamed in pain, becoming furious. The gem on her forehead also blazed with fire. You dare to ruin my perfect body. Unforgivable. They all must die." Yi Wu quietly said to Wanhao beside him, "No wonder he is the top combatant, facing such temptation without wavering, truly worthy of being a role model for us." Wanhao replied honestly, "I don't mean anything by it, Yi Wu, don't follow his example. I've never seen him react to women. In his eyes, there has only been the mission and the desire to become stronger. To say it bluntly, he is actually a..." Immediately, a wave of killing intent accompanied by Jia Wangchuan's cold gaze swept over, forcing Wanhao, who was speaking, to fall silent. Jia Wangchuan spoke slowly and deliberately. "Wanhao, you've said quite a lot today." Wanhao, covered in sweat, hurriedly replied, I didn't say anything." Yi Wu quickly chimed in, "I didn't hear anything either." These two looked truly cowardly. Remembering that Diana was still standing there, Jia Wangchuan adjusted his demeanor. "All right, let's not waste any more time. Let's resolve this quickly." The whole team lunged forward in unison. "Understood." Yi Wu began assigning roles, telling Luo Feng, "You take this rare opportunity to observe the battle from a close distance. Watch how the top team faces the boss." Luo Feng replied eagerly, "Understood." Wanhao quickly unleashed his skills, while the older brother wearing the prayer beads cast his own skill. Leia also seriously displayed her skills, while Lu used the spell City of Blessings from the side. Diana, trapped in the middle, showed clear signs of helplessness and confusion. She tried to fight back, but all her efforts were in vain. With support from his teammates, Jia Wangchuan swiftly drew his sword, executing a secret technique and shouted, "Secret sword, return of the dragon." As the move concluded, Diana could only let out a weak whimper before collapsing. With just one move, Jia Wangchuan has caused the stats of Diana to drop significantly. My current health is only at 20%, and my defense is down to 18%. Ruan Tian stands to the side, mouth agape in amazement. So amazing, so amazing. No wonder they are the strongest team in Han-Mo. The boss simply has no power to fight back. Dan Lu's healing and buffing skills are truly exceptional. Yi Yunfei silently analyzes, they not only cooperate seamlessly, but their movement skills are also very agile. The boss's attack skills haven't hit anyone at all. Luo Feng nods in agreement, that's right, everyone easily fulfills their roles. Not only is the DPS very high, but they also minimize pressure to the maximum. It's truly a perfect team. Yi Wu is also very enthusiastic, it seems everyone has their own gains. Although the gap is currently large, the path we need to take is still very long. I believe that one day we will also be able to reach this kind of realm level. Everyone is filled with high spirits. Shishi, standing over there, has bright eyes. She begins to think, could this also be considered a type of love? The bond and friendship between teammates seem different from the feelings between myself and Miao Bao. She continued, this kind of genuine, hopeful feeling is something I haven't experienced in 1,000 years. Meeting Yi Wu is truly wonderful. Jia Wangchuan suddenly felt something affecting his hand, the unusual sensation was growing stronger. At the same time, her speed and strength had increased significantly. This was not the buff effect from Dan Lu but came from another source. This feeling had only appeared since Yi Wu's team had joined. Thinking back, the efficiency of monster clearing in the previous small battles had also improved greatly. Could it be that Yi Wu was secretly doing something? Or was it due to the mysterious teammates beside him? This point was truly important, he had to find an opportunity to clarify it. Jia Bao turned to Yi Wu and asked, Yi Wu, could you ask your friends to spare the Spider Queen's life? Yi Wu was surprised, why? Jia Bao explained, because the Spider Queen was once the closest subordinate of my mother. She might know information related to my mother. Yi Wu hesitated a bit, this is very difficult. First of all, they are not my friends, we are only temporarily cooperating. If I want them to give up their benefits for me, basically, you are dreaming. If I just ask them outright, I'm afraid it will only raise Jia Wangchuan's suspicions. He continued, if he accidentally discovers the existence of people, it will be very troublesome. Hearing that, Jia Bao felt disheartened and replied, alright then. At that moment, the woman was truly furious, she growled, damn it. I never expected that small humans like you could force me to this extent. Saying that, she grabbed her own face and peeled off the peeling mask, revealing her true face with countless eyes on it, looking truly terrifying. Diana had revealed her true form, coldly stating, the only way left is to use my strongest power to annihilate you. Leia was taken aback and blurted out, damn, you should put the mask back on. Looking like that, I really can't bring myself to fight. Oh my god. Brother, it turns out you still wanted to go easy all this time? Wanhao angrily shouted, you're about to die and you're still playing these disgusting tricks, it's truly detestable. Let me send you back to meet your ancestors. As he spoke, he charged forward, ready to strike. Suddenly, he saw Diana sneering, is that so? The one who is about to meet the ancestors is not me, but you. Suddenly, Wanhao felt a strange, numbing sensation that rendered his body unable to move. Seeing that he had been affected, Diana's eyes sparkled, revealing her bright white teeth like a mad fox, and she laughed loudly, it's true that you can't use your strength. Because from the moment you stepped into this egg-laying room, you've already been hit by my illusion toxin. This toxin is colorless, odorless, capable of penetrating through all levels. The only drawback is that its onset is a bit slow, which is why I patiently engaged in trivial chatter to buy time with you. She laughed heartily, now let you experience a bit of the ultimate allure of my illusional toxins. Everyone in the team had already collapsed. Jie Wangchuan was both furious and astonished. I never expected that even I could be affected so strongly by this toxin. At that moment, a shadow appeared, looking exactly like him. He smiled wickedly and replied, "Me? Aren't you the same?" He was Jie Wangchuan, a mutated being at level 130. Over there, Yi Wu was not doing much better. He cautiously looked at his mutated self. The one opposite him, Yi Wu at level 12, wore a wicked smile, exuding a dangerous aura. "That's right, I am you, completely identical to you. And you will never escape this illusion for the rest of your life. You will fight with me for eternity until you meet your demise." Yi Wu remained silent, leading the other party to believe that he had been intimidated. The other person arrogantly continued, "What's wrong? Shocked by this truth? Or are you too afraid to make a move when you see your own face?" Ha ha. But he was mistaken. Yi Wu suddenly charged forward, delivering a punch that sent the mutated one's face askew. He said, "Thank you for creating an opportunity for me to be alone with you." Yi Wu cracked his knuckles and continued, "It seems you are not truly me, because even when angered, I am capable of fighting." He was not afraid at all, his gaze unflinchingly fixed on the mutated one. Jia Bao on his shoulder also joined in, making a mocking face at the opponent. The mutated one stood in a grotesque posture, his voice elongated. "Really? It seems you still don't understand the current situation." In fact, Yi Wu did not fully understand. He stared intently at his mutated counterpart, thinking to himself, "I truly don't understand. If it is just an exterior level clone, perhaps he would only reach level 10. But looking at this guy's defensive capabilities, it seems he possesses even my abilities at level 20. Could it be he can even replicate the entire system?" Suddenly, the mutated figure vanished. Yi Wu felt a moment of confusion as he realized the other had appeared right behind him. "You are me, I am you." He clenched his teeth, his expression tense. "It's too fast, this must definitely be level 20. Yi Wu could only defend himself, shouting, "Ah! But I still lost 20% of my health." Yi Wu mutated quickly explained, "Our real strength is comparable." But he thought to himself, "Its speed and strength are indeed not inferior to mine. Could it be that it has replicated the entire system as well?" He manifested a long sword, its light radiating in all directions, then charged straight at the mutated entity. If that's really the case, then it's a hassle. I need to find a way to verify. On the other side, Yi Wu mutated mirrored him, also conjuring a heavy sword. He calmly said, "Nice sword, but I have one too." The clash of weapons echoed loudly, the sound piercing. Yi Wu was taken aback and shouted, "Have you really replicated the power of the Qian Emperor I possess?" The mutated entity responded while fighting, "Replicated is not entirely accurate. It's more correct to say it's a projection. Because when you entered this illusion, we are indeed one entity. Your powers are my powers." Yi Wu retorted, "If we are one entity, then neither of us can kill the other. So what do you intend to achieve?" The mutated entity smiled dangerously, its eyes gleaming. "This visionary toxin is originally a top-level control skill. The main goal is to trap you in this infinite mental illusion, so you will forever fight alongside me. As for your real body out there, I will handle it. Of course, depending on my mood." Seeing that the situation seemed bleak, Yi Wu suddenly came up with an idea and began to act deeply. He thought to himself, "I need to change tactics immediately." Therefore, Yi Wu shifted to acting deeply. "So annoying. This move is too difficult to break. Not only am I trapped without being able to break through, but even fighting doesn't seem promising. The win rate is only about 50%. Originally there was no chance of winning, even someone as strong as Jie Wangchuan cannot resist." Yi Wu believed that his opponent had fallen into the trap, confidently thinking he was in the dominant position. No matter who comes, it will be the same. The strength of this poison illusion move is that it can control anyone, regardless of rank. No matter how you hide your power or rank, it's useless. Before you is your truest self. Once you step into this illusion, you will never find a way out, unless you kill me. But that is impossible, haha. He intended to strike down with a sword from above. But little did he know, Yi Wu, who originally thought he was at a disadvantage, suddenly counterattacked, unleashing a series of techniques aimed at his mutated form. He told himself, if it can't be done, I must do it. I don't believe you can replicate everything about me, including my system. Finally, the original being could no longer maintain his calm as before. He anxiously asked, System? What system? Your ability only has the attribute of charm, don't talk nonsense, don't think you can defeat me. Yi Wu thought to himself, that was a close call, I really thought it could replicate my system. However, on the outside, Yi Wu maintained a cold expression and continued acting. He secretly blamed, damn it, even using all my strength, it's just a 50-50 chance, am I destined to be trapped here forever? Jia Bao hastily encouraged Yi Wu, don't give up, cheer up. The mutated original being noticed Jia Bao and said, with a tone of surprise, although I noticed it earlier, I didn't expect it to really be you. Your Highness, why have you become this timid appearance? Ha, it seems you are still as weak as before, Your Highness. Jia Bao, with eyes welling up, not thinking much, only worried about Yi Wu, said, I have no intention of overthrowing the monarchy. I just want to return to the holy temple to say goodbye to Mother, please don't harm Yi Wu, please don't harm Yi Wu anymore. The mutated original being cruelly replied, with a tone full of contempt, your wish has been dashed. But I can compassionately tell you something. Right now, your mother is being imprisoned in the transformation room on the last floor of the holy temple, suffering pain and torment every day. Who told her not to reveal that secret? So how about it? After knowing this news, will you thank me more? Ha ha. Yi Wu realized his intention had been achieved, and immediately stopped the act. Indeed, thank you for only replicating my abilities, not my intellect. Alright, the questions that needed to be asked have been asked, no more acting, we should go outside. The whole world truly owes you and Jia Bao an award. You not acting is indeed a great loss to the world of cinema. The altered Yi Wu looked as if he'd just eaten dung, bewildered, and asked, acting, going outside, what are you talking about? Are you mentally disordered? Yi Wu did not hurry to explain to that dull-witted altered being, you still dare to claim you are the same as me, and you can't even recognize my acting skills, which are against the norm. I was just pretending to be weak to help Jia Bao eavesdrop on news about its mother. Jia Bao also yelled, that's right. The altered Yi Wu began to get angry, do you dare to deceive me? He then threw a kick, even if I was tricked by you, what can be done? If we can't get out, it's just a waste anyway. Yi Wu remained unshaken, well, not necessarily, right? Didn't you just tell me yourself? Your illusional toxin only steals my true level and abilities, but it still hasn't managed to steal my actual killing blow. At this moment, the mutated entity exclaimed, a fatal blow? What fatal blow? We have merged, what do I still have that you don't know? Could it be the system you mentioned earlier? Yi Wu appeared mysterious and replied, yes. His attitude was truly impressive, making it impossible for me not to silently applaud. He quickly commanded the system, bet all accumulated experience points on the Qian Emperor. How many levels can the connection ranking be raised? The system responded, currently, the accumulated experience value can raise the connection to level 130. Additionally, the system exists from a higher dimension and is not affected by anything. The mutated entity stepped forward and said, I guess you. At that moment, Yi Wu also commanded, system, withdraw all experience value in the account of the Qian Emperor. I need to continue enhancing my survival capabilities. The system immediately announced, conversion complete. The connection ranking has reached level 130, unlocking the second attribute of the Qian Emperor's account, the shadow attribute. Yi Wu held the sword with one hand. Yes, he really did catch the sword with his bare hand. No one misheard that. He thought to himself, so finally, the shadow attribute, the second attribute, has finally been unlocked. The system explained, after the Qian Emperor fell into darkness, the power of the flaming meteor attribute was suppressed and thus transformed into the black flame, a stronger shadow attribute. The system continued, the black flame is not only more powerful but can also materialize, and its forms of attack are much more varied. It possesses an entirely new attack capability. Even when facing an enemy approximately 30 levels stronger, I can still cope normally. Yi Wu was surprised, murmuring, "Wow, it truly is the NB+ level. With this power, even if Shui Lu comes to take revenge, I will not back down from her." Could this be a doubling of the dark transformation? I like it. After saying that, he looked at the mutated entity, his eyes shining with a cold purple hue. He declared, "Did you not want to fight me until the end? The second battle begins." At this moment, he donned a new armor, a dangerous purple aura emanating around Yi Wu's body, causing him to feel a sense of panic. The mutated Yi Wu stuttered, You leveled up in the spirit illusion again? How is that possible? How could you increase 3 levels in a row? You are only 1 level above me, I shouldn't be losing." Immediately, he activated the demon controller skill. Yi Wu remained still, coldly saying, "I must admit, this camp item has replicated my abilities quite well. Even the innate skill is being utilized." Yi Wu also executed a similar move in response to the smug mutated entity, "Of course. I just need to hold on a little longer, before you kill me, to destroy your true physical form." Yi Wu calmly replied, "Having your true body in your hands is truly a nuisance, but I won't give you the time you need." A massive sword lance penetrated the array, descending from above the mutated entity. He was taken aback, letting out a cry of pain. In an instant, the mutated entity was pinned firmly to the ground. Immediately after, Yi Wu opened his eyes, finally back. Yi Wu realized, "I am being rolled into a cocoon, surrounded by a swarm of the newborn insects." They all turned towards him, chanting in unison, "Die, human!" Diana suddenly sensed something and said, that human not only has the ability to self-level up but can also break the shackles of illusion. I must quickly return to report to the prince. She dashed away, but could not escape. Yi Wu, now having awakened the shadow attribute, surprised Diana as she realized a wall of fire suddenly rose, encircling her. "This is..." Yi Wu coldly said, "Want to run?" "I haven't agreed yet." Diana knew she couldn't resist, so she knelt down and earnestly begged for her life, "Please spare my life. You are the one who holds the power of life and death, and I am only forced into a corner. As long as you spare me, I am willing to devote myself to your highness, leading you into the secret path to save your mother. Please, you must believe me." Jia Bao seemed a bit moved and leaned close to Yi Wu to plead, "Yi Wu, she is speaking so sincerely, why not spare her life? Moreover, she will lead us to save your mother." Seeing Jia Bao appear soft-hearted, Diana secretly rejoiced, "Great! This fool is weak-hearted. Just wait, I will lead you into a trap and have the prince chop you into 100 pieces." But before she could feel triumphant, Diana was decisively struck down by Yi Wu's sword, falling to the ground. In Jia Bao's astonishment, she panicked and shouted, "Yi Wu!" Diana, with a weak voice full of resentment before fading away, said, "Why, I was so close to success." Yi Wu calmly looked at Jia Bao and analyzed, "You are too naive, Jia Bao." Yi Wu continued, "You must never easily trust the remorse of a traitor, because if someone has betrayed you once, they can betray you a second time. If you truly want to become the king of the insects, you absolutely cannot be soft-hearted towards traitors. Do you understand?" Jia Bao pondered Yi Wu's words with a heavy heart and nodded slightly, "I understand now. Perhaps it was my weakness that led to the current situation. Yi Wu, indeed you are more suitable to be king than I am." Yi Wu reassured him, "If there are truly many benefits, I could also consider it, and we can think about it later. Right now, the most important thing is to seize the moment to see what treasures this spider has dropped." Looking at Yi Wu from behind, Jia Bao couldn't help but admire him, clearly strong to the point of not resembling a human, but in reality, he is like an ordinary human. The system began to announce the items received. "Congratulations, host, you have received the boss kill reward of 5 million in cash, 1 million experience points, along with some items, fatal black thread, the current information of which is still unclear, and the venomous spider queen blade, crafted from the broken leg of the spider queen. The blade has a strange appearance, difficult to wield for ordinary people, and the edge is tainted with dangerous toxins. Please do not lick it before fighting. System notification: the attack characteristic will cause the target to be poisoned, maintaining a loss of life value. The toxicity can stack up to a maximum of 10 layers. When fully stacked, the target will fall into an incapacitated state. This state can be dispelled. Next is puppet illusion. This skill can imprison the enemy in an illusion, creating a mental puppet equal to the enemy's level to fight. Damage in the mental space will reflect back onto the physical body and can last for 3 minutes. Note that when the target's body is in the rigid state of the illusion puppet, no further damage can be inflicted. The system notification continues. The next item is Zerg Essence, a mysterious material dropped from the insect boss. This item appears bizarre, perhaps someone will know how to use it. Yiwu rested his chin in thought. The items from this boss lean towards control. The poison dagger and the illusion puppet can draw the opponent into a mental illusion. Fatal black thread sounds a bit off. I wonder what use Zerg Essence has. Jia Bao exclaimed in surprise, I can't believe it's Zerg Essence. Yiwu turned to ask, is it very rare? What is its specific use? Jia Bao excitedly explained further, this Zerg Essence is a rare organization found only in the bodies of the strongest creatures. It can increase cellular activity, stimulate and unleash tremendous power. After I was fired and consumed by the nightmare, in order to save my life, I exhausted the Zerg Essence in my body, causing my body to weaken into its current appearance. But if I can absorb 3 Zerg Essences, I will completely restore my peak strength and normal form. Jia Bao spoke sincerely, hoping that Yiwu would leave it for him. Yiwu, can you sell me this Zerg Essence? Right now I have nothing of equivalent value to offer you, but I promise to gift you a valuable treasure in return later. Seeing the sincerity in Jia Bao's eyes, Yiwu agreed without hesitation, alright, after all, this thing is of no use to me. You are the prince, don't make that kind of face. Moreover, I will help you gather enough 3 Zerg Essences so you can return to normal, that way we will have formidable combat power at level 110. Jia Bao looked at Yiwu with teary eyes filled with emotion, rushed to hug him and exclaimed, is this real? This is truly amazing. Jia Bao continued, Yiwu, you really are my great benefactor. Meeting you is the greatest luck of my life. I don't know how to repay you, wah, wah, wah. He gently patted him on the back, comforting, alright, I said you are the prince, you should have the demeanor of a prince, crying all day like this? The sound of loud explosions rang out. The group accompanying Jia Wangchuan had landed safely. Wanhao joyfully turned to Jia Wangchuan and said, damn it, we finally got out of the mental illusion. Senior, did you kill the boss to save us? Captain Jia shyly replied, it wasn't me, it was Yiwu. Perhaps he defeated himself in the mental illusion, he was the first to awaken, and then he killed the boss. That is why we were saved. The entire group was astonished, exclaiming in unison, what? Captain Jia affirmed firmly, though it sounds unbelievable, looking at his level, everyone thinks it must be him, it can't be wrong. One person in the group thought to himself, although I also considered that leveling up within the illusion could defeat the distorted form of oneself, even if I risk everything to fight, I could only match the distorted form, there was really no way to level up. How did he manage to do it? Even if I directly ask him now, he won't say anything. It seems Yin Huan wasn't wrong, this Yiwu guy is very mysterious. He was concentrating on his thoughts when he suddenly heard Yiwu calling him, Captain Jia, are you all okay? The items that dropped from the boss earlier are with me. Do you need me to hand them over for you to manage? Captain Jia awkwardly turned his face away and replied, no need, you can keep them. Jia's subordinate, Wang Chuan, suddenly spoke up to remind him, Senior, isn't this a bit against the rules? Wanhao, who was beside him, felt he had to intervene and said, what rules are we talking about right now? Our team has unanimously agreed to follow the captain. Moreover, Yiwu saved us earlier, without him, we would have died here today. In terms of both reason and sentiment, he deserves this reward. The subordinate replied, all right, I was just asking casually. He also understood the right and wrong in this matter, thinking to himself, of course I know that escaping from the illusion is something even the captain can't do, so he is definitely not someone to be underestimated. But with my hot-headed personality, I don't like him. Clearly, he has exceptional strength but pretends to be humble. Sooner or later, I will have to exchange a few moves with you to see just what level your strength is at. Yiwu raised his thumb, expressing his approval of Jia Wangchuan's decision, then smiled and said, "Boss, that's generous, I have to like that. I have one more thing to ask. Earlier when you defeated that boss goalkeeper, did you drop a material called Zerg Essence? If so, could you sell it to me?" Before he could finish his sentence, the system notification popped up. Jia Wangchuan gifts the treasure Zerg Essence to the host. Do you accept it? Yiwu was truly surprised. Captain Jia, what is this? Jia Wangchuan replied, "It's nothing, this is something you deserve. I hope in the next battle you can continue to perform excellently." Yiwu joyfully said, "Of course, thank you. I'm really surprised. I truly appreciate it, regardless of his character or temperament. Just from the level of generosity, Jia Wangchuan is really trustworthy." However, Yiwu also felt a bit worried. It seems they are not very interested in the items dropped from the boss. Could it be that the MO attack team has other objectives? I hope they don't conflict with my goals. Yiwu happily turned to Jia Bao and said, "What's up?" In the blink of an eye, I've already collected 2 Zerg Essences, next I just need to deal with one more boss, and you can recover. Jia Bao spoke with a tone full of appreciation. Yiwu is amazing. The next boss is. Jia Bao was left speechless in horror, causing Yiwu to be curious. Why do you have an expression like you've seen a ghost? Who is the next boss after all? Jia Bao's face shifted from panic to worry. It's my teacher. Yiwu widened his eyes in surprise. Teacher? So even the insect is afraid of their teacher? I get it, sort of. After all, I've been a relatively good student and have never been punished to copy homework. Jia Bao quickly interrupted, "That's not what I mean. He's not an ordinary school teacher. He's not only my sword skills instructor but is also known as the strongest sword saint in the world, the Lone." Yiwu clasped his hands in excitement. Sword Saint the Lone? Just hearing it sounds powerful. I really want to meet him right away. Jia Bao hurriedly tried to stop him. No. Although you are indeed very strong, if you meet my master, you definitely won't be able to win. The more he heard, the more excited Yiwu became. Is he that powerful? Could it be that his level is so high it's monstrous? Jia Bao replied, "No, the rank of my master is indeed a question mark, but the source of a person's strength does not come from rank, but from their supreme sword skills." Yiwu said in surprise, "When I heard you mention the Sword Saint before, I found it quite strange. Isn't your tribe always proud of physical strength? I didn't expect there to be a master of sword skills." Upon hearing Yiwu's question, Jia Bao had to explain further, "Our tribe indeed does not excel in swordsmanship, but my master is an exception, because he is, like you, also a human." Hearing this, Yiwu was even more surprised. What? And this dungeon still hides such a story? Jia Wangchuan, who stood beside them, also felt confused. Yiwu grabbed Jia Bao and asked further, "Quickly tell me the details, what exactly is this about, Jia Bao?" Jia Bao answered, "This is a story that my father told me. Before I was born, a humanoid from another race suddenly broke into our world. Although the entire world was searching for him, my master relied on his exceptional sword skills to break through encirclements multiple times. However, how long can a flesh and blood body contend against the whole world? After many years, my master gradually became exhausted, and just as he was about to be tortured to death." Jia Bao continued, "My father ultimately disregarded everyone's opinions and accepted the master, assigning him the role of a close protector. Since my birth, he has been both a bodyguard and a teacher of sword skills for me. At that time, the master had truly integrated into the world of our race, but after all, humans and our race are still 2 different species. The lifespan and aging of the 2 species are also not the same. To extend his lifespan, the master eventually took the risk of undergoing transformation to become the insect. The one who proposed this transformation plan was actually my uncle. Therefore, the master had no suspicions, but my uncle secretly implanted toxic cells into the master's body during the transformation process, using these cells to control his nerves, turning the master into a tool to kill my father. Jia Bao continued, currently, the master has completely lost his reason, becoming a loyal servant of my uncle and also the most dangerous assassin. If faced directly with him, it would definitely be very dangerous. Upon hearing Jia Bao recount the whole situation, Yiwu also understood that this opponent is truly very difficult to defeat. Indeed, facing the insect alone for several decades, a race with unparalleled strength, and having undergone transformation to become even more powerful is a daunting challenge. Yiwu thought, like Senior and Song, one cannot encounter an extremely powerful antagonist right from the beginning. Moreover, his identity is a big mystery. If he really is a human who suddenly intrudes, then he would be like the original inhabitants of the dungeon, just like Chi-Chi. So what exactly is his background? Although I am very curious, now is not the time to be troubled by this matter. Yiwu turned to Jia Bao and asked seriously, if we kill your uncle, will it remove the control over your master? Jia Bao pondered for a moment and replied, it should work. My uncle implanted his modified cells into my master to form a toxin, which in turn controls my master. As long as we kill him, the toxin cells in my master's body will stop activating. Yiwu continued, then we don't need to confront your master directly, we can choose to take a detour around your master to destroy the lair first, right? Seeing that Yiwu's plan was not bad, Jia Bao nodded in agreement, okay, we just need to take that secret passage. At this moment, Captain Jia eagerly interjected, no need to change the route, that talking insect. We are heading straight to the location of your master sword saint right now. Jia Bao was frightened and hid behind him, sobbing, Hovu, how could he possibly see me? Yiwu was now very startled, clearly he didn't see me before, so why can he suddenly see me now? Captain Jia looked at the two of them and laughed loudly, before that mental illusion appeared, I saw this little bug that can speak human language following you. The reason isn't important, but what's important is what this bug is saying, I can't pretend I didn't hear it. Yiwu looked at Captain Jia in front of him, feeling a bit curious, could it be that you were also in that mental space and gained some ability? If not, achieving that just with your own abilities would really be terrifying. Yiwu turned to pat Captain Jia on the shoulder and explained, if you listen to what Jia Bao said, I fear that directly going to find the sword saint right now might not be a smart choice. Of course, I don't doubt your strength, but our ultimate goal is to defeat the boss. It really isn't necessary to waste time on him. Yiwu continued, furthermore, as long as we defeat the final boss, this sword saint won't self-destruct, so it's really unnecessary. Captain Jia couldn't wait any longer for Yiwu to analyze the situation, and he drew his sword, pointing it towards Jia Bao, who was hiding behind Yiwu. Stop wasting words, tell it to lead the way, or I'll kill it right now. Wan Hao felt frustrated by Jia Wang Chuan's attitude. Why suddenly like this? Jia, don't be so impulsive, weren't things good just a moment ago? His subordinates were also surprised, could it be that the senior has finally been provoked by this brat? Looks like there's a good show to watch. Ha. Luo Feng, despite knowing he wasn't a match for Jia Wang Chuan, still spoke up to defend Yiwu. What the hell do you want to do? Don't hurt my senior. He silently told himself, even if he kills me, it's as easy as squashing an ant, but I absolutely will not be cowardly. Yiwu remained unfazed, his expression calm as he responded to Captain Jia's anger, why do you need to act this way? We just went through life and death trials together, and now we've turned this into such an awkward atmosphere. Is that really good? His gaze was filled with murderous intent as he looked at Jia Bao, what if I want the answer? Do you know that we can't get past this barrier and still have to fight? Jia Bao stammered in response, I know. I will lead you. Please don't harm Yiwu, okay? Put down your sword. Jia Wangchuan immediately lowered his sword and ordered, lead the way. Got it, Jia Bao replied quickly. Then he shot up ahead. Yiwu smiled, touched to see that Jia Bao, fearing for his safety, had to point out the location of the master. He told himself, compared to my safety, he should be more concerned about himself. He truly is a wonderful person. Luo Feng saw Yi Wu standing still, and hurriedly ran over to ask, Senior, are you okay? That Wan Hao is truly outrageous. How could he turn his back so quickly? Wan Hao, hearing this and not understanding the whole story, curiously asked, what just happened? Why provoke him like that? Another person also agreed, that's right, we should keep our distance from him. Seeing that even his younger sister advised him to keep his distance from Jie Wangchuan, Yi Wu chuckled and explained to everyone, it's fine. I just know ahead there is a sword saint of the insect level, extremely formidable. What I mean is, we should bypass him to avoid unnecessary casualties. But Captain Jie stubbornly wants to go, which is why there's a disagreement. Wan Hao, hearing this, expressed some doubt about the information Yi Wu had just relayed, although I'm not clear how these two obtained such unreliable information. If it bears the title Sword Saint, it's understandable for Jie to be restless. Yi Wu curiously asked, why do you say that? Wan Hao responded with a smile, because of our captain. Don't be fooled by his cold demeanor, he seems disinterested in anything. In fact, he is wholeheartedly devoted to researching sword skills. And the saying goes, the undefeated will become increasingly lonely. Within the organization, he seldom finds worthy opponents and has no one to discuss swordsmanship with. Therefore, no matter who the opponent is, as long as they wield a sword, Captain Jie will personally engage in combat. Wan Hao paused for a moment, then continued with a smile, but typically, opponents can't last more than 30 seconds. This time, meeting a sword saint of the insect level is indeed something that captures his interest. Wan Hao continued, I think, in his heart, he must be extremely excited. I can even feel the hilt of his sword trembling with joy. Yi Wu understood the reason and also felt a bit of sympathy for Jie Wangchuan's attitude just now. I said he always prioritizes the mission, so why has he changed this time? Turns out, this is his true nature. It seems Jie Wangchuan is also a swordsman? Perhaps he will choose to duel with the opponent later. If someone is willing to lend a hand, I won't refuse. Just standing by to watch the fun and being prepared in case things get out of control will be enough. Yi Wu had these calculations in his mind. How fortunate that Jie Wangchuan is also gradually following the plan he set out. As he walked and thought about what was about to happen, what a feeling of anticipation and excitement this is, it hasn't appeared for so long. You must not disappoint me, the Lone Sword Saint. The Lone Sword Saint, Jia Bao, and Yi Wu finally arrived at the destination. Jia Bao signaled, it's right here. Yi Wu glanced around and felt, this place has a strange atmosphere filled with chaotic sword energy and a chilling aura of death. As they ventured deeper inside, they saw an old man sitting by a chessboard, as if waiting for them. That was the Sword Saint the Lone. He looked at Jia Bao and said, you have finally returned. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Jia Bao was emotional, his voice choked, Master. The Lone observed the unusual demeanor of his disciple, as if understanding everything that Jia Bao had gone through. You were able to survive that ambush and still dare to return to confront me like this. You truly do not disappoint me, you are indeed the successor of the Sword Saint. Now, this chessboard has been empty for far too long, let us play a game together. Jia Bao shook his head sadly, no, I am no longer qualified to play chess with you, regardless of my strength or... Before Jia Bao could finish his sentence, the Sword Saint the Lone grasped the situation, it makes sense. Who would want to play chess with the enemy who killed their father? Moreover, you are now nothing more than a pawn, how can you be a player in this game? Wan Hao fumed, not understanding the conversation between the two, is this old man talking to himself? Why can't I comprehend anything? Yi Wu responded, perhaps that is a default line from an NPC. While Yi Wu explained to Wan Hao, he had many questions in his mind. I don't see any information about the race or symbol of the boss, and even the level is just a question mark. Yi Wu thought, there are indeed many suspicious points about this Sword Saint. Jia Wangchuan rushed forward, drew his sword, and presented it in front of the Lone. The sword seemed to strike an invisible object, letting out a soft sound before vanishing. Nevertheless, he maintained a calm demeanor as he continued with the chess move he was playing. In contrast to the Lone's calmness, Jia Wangchuan appeared more anxious, let's stop reminiscing about the past and draw your sword. The lone looked up at Jia Wangchuan and shook his head gently. Good sword, but unfortunately I'm like a skeleton now, with no fighting spirit left. The battlefield you seek is not here. Anger flashed in Jia Wangchuan's eyes, and he immediately launched an attack, striking fiercely. A swordsman without a sword does not need to exist. The lone also lost any intention of keeping the peace and responded, sorry, but I cannot die by your hand right now. As he finished speaking, Jia Wangchuan's sword pierced the sword in front of him, the very sword he had drawn earlier. Isn't this the sword I've drawn? Why does he keep insisting on drawing his sword repeatedly? Jia Wangchuan thought to himself, is he trying to gather energy to condense his sword? Such ancient swordsmanship only exists in old texts. Jia Wangchuan tried to remain calm, fiercely resisting. You want to use this to force me to retreat from my attack, right? Just with these tattered swords, it'll take a long time. Now, take my strike. A sword that cannot be held firmly in hand is nothing but a piece of useless metal. Accept my move. The lone smiled and said, well done, well done. It has been hundreds of years since I have seen such a powerful sword technique. If it were me from before, I surely would not be able to resist wanting to clash with you. But now, the rest of my life is lived for just one purpose. Wanhao stood up, preventing anyone from getting close to the ancient sword of the lone that was firmly embedded in the ground before him. The lone turned to look at Jia Bao. This is the sword I used to kill your father. Take it, while I can still suppress the poison in my body. When the time comes, you take your revenge and wash away your grievances, it will also be seen as helping me fulfill my wish. Jia Bao cried out in pain, saying, no, I can't. Killing father was not the master's intention, he was just being controlled. I don't hate you. The lone looked at his disciple with a sympathetic gaze. Child, you are good at everything, but you are too kind-hearted. You truly resemble your father. However, relying solely on kindness cannot make you a ruler of a clan. If you do not have the determination to step over my dead body, it would be best to give up the idea of avenging your uncle. Yi Wu patted Jia Bao's head, softly comforting. What your master said is indeed true, you need to overcome this hardship. However, before doing that, Yi Wu quickly stepped forward, standing opposite the lone, and said, Senior, I have something I want to ask. I have heard that you were originally a human, so could you tell me which era you are from? How did you come to this world? The lone looked Yi Wu up and down, then nodded and replied, Young man, you are truly peculiar. To ask me which era I am from at our first meeting. But the mark on you clearly shows that Jia Bao trusts you greatly. Very well, it has been a long time since I thought about the past, it won't hurt to tell you. He pondered for a moment before recounting. It was a rainy night hundreds of years ago. After countless hardships, I finally found the enemy who killed my entire family. They were numerous, but I had a sword in hand, and that was enough. He continued, after battling with a group of people, in the end, only I and he remained. He was also a master swordsman, but my sword was still faster. Just as I finished my revenge, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck my sword, causing me to lose consciousness immediately. When I woke up, I found myself in this place. The entire world around me was filled with strange-looking monsters. Apart from myself, you are the only humans I have encountered. This is my story. Now, has your curiosity been satisfied, young man? You will listen to the story while trying to gather information. Damn it, this amount of information is a bit overwhelming. This is basically a time travel narrative, isn't it? I remember that a few scholars have summarized about the chaotic dimensions. The online era of Earth could also be called a global time travel event, or a global chaotic dimension. In ancient times, there were small-scale personal time travels, and now it's directly into the dungeon. How chaotic is this dimension, after all? He thought further. Moreover, is this chaos random or caused by humans? In academic circles, people only talk about it, but there has been no conclusion. One person in the group turned to Jia Wangchuan, his eyes brightening, and said excitedly, It feels like we just heard some explosive news, doesn't it? Another person replied, if that's the case, humans from hundreds of years ago traveling through time and becoming insect people, such a thing has never been heard of. When we return, we must immediately report to the headquarters. Jia Wangchuan pondered, is it really possible to harvest something like this? This may also confirm some speculations of the leadership. That thing must be in this holy temple. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from above. The lone frowned, you said too much already, the lone. Everyone's attention shifted upward, is that sound coming from the swarm of insects above? Immediately kill all these intruders, including that weakling. His voice resounded. The lone gradually approached him, predicting what was about to happen. While still conscious, she desperately tried to say, for many years, besides waiting for death, I have been continuously cultivating to resist the poison in my body. But unfortunately, despite trying every method, I still couldn't do it. He replied, that's only natural. Although you have undergone insect transformation, you are still a human. How could you possibly resist the profound advantages of our insects? Enough, I command you to kill them. Under his command, the lone screamed in despair. Jia Bo was extremely frightened and intended to fly closer, master. The lone immediately transformed into a bizarre shape. He reassured, my purpose is not to resist, but to retain a bit of consciousness when the insect transformation is activated. To everyone's astonishment, the lone transformed into a shape resembling a spider with sharp legs. He was taken aback by his words, what? This is impossible. I have waited for this moment for so long. Finally, it has come. While still conscious, the lone broke one of his legs and stabbed it straight into his chest. The insect demon screamed, what are you doing, the lone? Could it be? In the astonishment of all, the lone pulled out a shimmering blue zerg essence from his chest. He said, the zerg essence in my body can only be fully activated after the insect transformation. The lone struggled to take each step towards Jia Bao, handing over the essence and instructing, take this, Jia Bao, this is the final inheritance I bestow upon you. Jia Bao looked at the precious gift, his heart filled with sorrow and hesitated to accept it. He knew this was a gift that master had to sacrifice his life to pass on. Seeing the disciple still hesitating, the lone urged, you can use this zerg essence. When you restore your original form, you will have enough power to kill me. Very decisively, he quickly threw the zerg essence towards his disciple. Jia Bo, with red eyes, trembling and stammering said, Master, I can't do it. I can't lay a hand on the master. The lone expressed disappointment, sadly saying, is that so? Well then, if weakness and kindness are the path you choose, the master will still support you. However, I can no longer walk this path with you. Now hurry and run away, as far as you can. I have written everything down, now go die for me. This time, I will not lift the poison control again. You will forever become my strongest one. After saying that, the lone accepted to fight Jia Wangchuan. In the end, you still took the initiative to attack, huh? Although I regret not being able to truly spar with his human form, it doesn't matter, as long as I can wield a sword, it's still worth having a fight. The lone replied, is that so? You must be the strongest among this bunch, right? But here, in my eyes, you are no different from trash. If you are so eager to die, then I will start with you. One of Jia Wangchuan's men angrily said, damn it, your arrogance is too much. Isn't it just a boss? We've faced countless bosses before, let's kill him together. Wanhao said, although I say this, I guess. Wanhao also intended to express his own guesses, but was interrupted by Jia Wangchuan. Everyone stepped back. Although there are rules giving priority to mission over personal matters, a master of sword skills like this is a rare occurrence, and I don't want to miss the opportunity for a one-on-one with him. You must not interfere. Wanhao saw the captain make such a decision and felt it was somewhat unlike him before, but he could only think to himself and did not dare to speak up. I still understand you, Jia. But this is the first time I see you ignore the rules and prioritize the mission. You're not being influenced by that brat Yiwu, are you? Jia Wangchuan charged forward alone, executing his next move. He did not forget to remind everyone, step back a little, be careful not to get hurt accidentally. The lone looked at Jia Wangchuan, puzzled. What peculiar technique is this? Aren't you going to compare sword skills with me? Where is your sword? Jia Wangchuan laughed heartily. You are now just a bug holding a sword, unworthy of matching sword skills with me. It turned out the captain had been recognized by the lone as using the Essence Wind God Domain technique. Although the two sides did not directly duel with swords, there were sounds of clashing like swords striking against each other. This type of attack method. The lone was focused on commanding a certain technique. Jia Wangchuan stood in front of the gentle breeze, his gaze observing meticulously, use sword into qi, and shift the qi into the air, where the wind is everywhere. The lone was very interested in this battle. Interesting, this is really too interesting. I will join you in this fight. The subordinate of Captain Jia looked at his superior with pride, truly worthy of being the strongest technique of the senior, suppressing the one called the Sword Saint to the point of being unable to counterattack. Wan Hao had a different thought. The situation seems to be one-sided in suppression, but there is no real damage to the Sword Saint. Could it be that he can block most of the attacks? How is this possible? Yi Wu also silently pondered. This technique of Jia Wangchuan is indeed very powerful, but it must have time limitations. Judging from the current situation, the Sword Saint's transformation can hold out until the skill ends, and he must take advantage of this time to replenish his combat power. Yi Wu turned around and saw Jia Bao still clutching the Zerg essence and crying, which made him feel uncomfortable. Stop standing there crying, quickly absorb this Zerg essence for me, then restore your previous form. As he spoke, he tried to force it into Jia Bao, regardless of his struggles to avoid it. No. I can't do it. Yi Wu said sternly, can't do it? Then I will kill you right now. Because the person I hate the most is the weakling who drags others down. I have tolerated you for too long. Don't think I will always protect you. After all, if I kill you, I can become the king of this entire world. And your mother, I won't care about her, letting her continue to be tormented. Hearing Yi Wu's provocation and thinking of his mother, Jia Bao suddenly awakened and shouted, What? You are not allowed to treat my mother like that. Jia Bao regained his composure, his expression emotional as he said, I know I am very weak, especially since I met you. I feel like I can rely on you without having to fight. But my strength has also been recognized by the master. I may not be as useless as this. Perhaps I just lack determination. As he spoke, Jia Bao grabbed the Zerg essence to absorb it, then looked at Yi Wu and quietly thanked him. Thank you for intentionally using this method to scare me. Jia Bao's body has begun to encase itself. Yi Wu deliberately turned away, sulking, but in her heart, it felt as though she had shed the burden of Jia Bao, who's performing. Don't think randomly. You say you're very strong, so hurry up and transform for me to see. Oof. Yi Wu felt a bit embarrassed when she saw that Jia Bao had completely understood her provocative intention. Is that with such poor acting skills? Jia Bao simply nodded, affirming, wait for me. Yi Wu felt very anxious while waiting for this weakling to return to his original form. Did you already encase yourself after just one disagreement? The problem is, I don't know how long it will take to break out. I don't have much time to wait for you, so you'd better come out soon. Yi Wu said, it's here. Jia Wangchuan was using the Wind Lord Sword formation strategy, confidently fighting, but unexpectedly, just one move from the lone shattered everything. The beasts seemed to blend into one. I've adapted to your attack methods already. No wonder the body of the Sword Saint is so formidable. Even without Zerg essence, it can be this strong. Those witnessing were tense, holding their breath as they watched every move. So he actually shattered the Wind Lord Sword formation of the senior? Jia Wangchuan heard those words and became even more worried. The opponent is truly too strong. In the Wind Lord realm, I can only fight him on equal terms. If he doesn't weaken by himself, I would definitely lose. Given the current situation, I can't possibly defeat him in the allotted time. By the time the Wind Lord realm dissipates, I will have 5 seconds of weakness. If he seizes that opportunity, the entire team will be in danger. Should I use that move? The move I intended to hold back for the final boss. Seeing Jia Wangchuan distracted, the lone spoke up, "In a battle of this caliber, are you still daring to lose focus? You are already dead." Saying that, he raised his sword, preparing to deliver an even stronger blow than before. "It's over." Captain Jia turned to Yi Wu with a pleading look. Fortunately, Yi Wu managed to rush in to block that fatal strike just in time. He said, "The attack power is indeed strong, but I can barely withstand it." Jia Wangchuan, upon seeing this, shouted loudly, "Yi Wu, what are you doing? You are charging into my Windlord realm, do you not want to live anymore?" Yi Wu was trying to resist while saying to Jia Wangchuan, "So please, Captain Jia, quickly withdraw the formation. I'm struggling to hold it back. Next, let me fight it." Seeing that there was no other choice, Captain Jia was still quite worried about Yi Wu. He wanted to confirm once more, "Are you sure you want to fight it?" Yi Wu replied firmly, "Absolutely, Captain Jia, you should conserve your energy. After all, there's still a final boss we haven't fought yet. Besides, don't you want to probe my true abilities? Now, I will show you my real strength." Of course, I was just fooling you on the outside. Yi Wu pretended to want to relieve the captain, but inside he truly didn't want him to know the full extent of his power. The lone suddenly saw another opponent appear and sneered, "What's this? Can't handle it alone, so you start calling for reinforcements? I don't mind, you all can come at me together. This level 13 little boy in front of me is not worthy of fighting me." Yi Wu confidently replied, "Winning or losing, we have to fight to find out. Come here." He raised his index finger to provoke his opponent. The lone shot 4 swords at Yi Wu, confidently and disdainfully saying, "This guy doesn't know his own limits, killing you will be a piece of cake. Die." Yi Wu, with just one sword strike, had cut down all 4 of those swords. He looked at the lone and said, "Is that all? Although my sword skills may not be as formidable as yours, this method of attack seems a bit weak." Unknowingly, the lone had moved behind Yi Wu. He simply replied, "It's just a feigned attack. Don't get too proud, I'm not foolish enough to underestimate any opponent on the battlefield." Yi Wu responded, "No wonder you are a master of seizing power and strategy." Having said that, he shot backwards and proclaimed loudly, "I almost fell for your trick." The lone exclaimed in surprise, "You can shoot backwards? Didn't you say you didn't know sword skills?" Yi Wu turned around to face him and said, "I only said I wasn't proficient, not that I didn't know at all. Moreover, after utilizing the backward shot to seize the opportunity to attack, that is basic knowledge." After that, he wildly slashed towards the lone. The lone again brought forward his swords to block the blows from Yi Wu. He also responded, "This is not a matter of knowledge or not, the fact that you can withstand my forces enough to show how strong you are." Suddenly, he thrust the branches from the ground upward, but Yi Wu quickly dodged. He asked, "Wasn't it said that we would duel with swords? Why are we starting a sneak attack now?" He looked at Yi Wu, who was slicing the thick branches he had thrust up from the ground and said, "I am not the lone. The rules of your kind against us insects are just a joke. As long as I can win, I will use any means necessary." Since he had broken the agreement, Yi Wu no longer needed to hold back. He replied, "To win without scruples? Sounds like my style. Then I won't hold back either, since I have already drawn my sword." He shouted, "I prefer violence even more than this." Yi Wu activated Flame Demon Control, and violet fists emerged from the magical circles, targeting the lone with attacks. Hit by a flurry of blows, he shouted, "Impossible! How can a human possess such strength?" Those standing outside watching Yi Wu's power against the lone whispered among themselves. One Hao said, "I knew this kid was not simple." Observing the might radiating from him, another person commented, "His true level must be at least level 120. Another person added, "I told you he has primal power within him, but you didn't believe." Lulu said, "Could this strange black-purple flaming meteor be a fusion of shadow attributes and fire attributes?" The man with purple hair also said, "Humph, so you finally reveal your true abilities?" Jia Wangchuan thought to himself, his real level is definitely not just 120, the attack power he is showing now likely fluctuates around 130 to 150. This is the reason for his confidence, isn't it? No wonder he always maintains a calm and unflustered demeanor. This person can only be recruited. If we want to kill him, it will be very difficult. The person was still enduring the attacks from Yi Wu, loudly shouting, "Enough already, this endless entanglement is pointless. If it weren't for that damned the lone abandoning the Zerg essence, I would have long since killed all of you. Even though I find it hard to determine a winner in a one-on-one, you are not without weaknesses, which is what you humans often refer to as burdens." As soon as he finished speaking, he split into multiple copies and continued, "Even if I cannot kill you, it is very easy to kill the others. Which option do you want to choose?" In the end, he burst into laughter. One person from Jie Wangchuan's team, who was blocking an attack from one of the copies, shouted a signal to everyone, "Be careful, even though the strength of this clone is not as strong as the main body, it should not be underestimated. Quickly deal with them." The person with purple hair also rushed over to assist the other and said, "Yes, Yi Wu is indeed an outer disciple. If he has such crushing power, then why does he still want to give the boss a chance to transfer?" Lulu, standing behind to support the two, spoke up, "Because Yi Wu's strength is not strong enough to truly overwhelm." "Shut up and focus on fighting." Wan Hao, who was dealing with another avatar, chimed in, "Yi Wu's subordinates should quickly hide behind me. If you run into this avatar, there's only one path to death." Luo Feng replied loudly, "Understood, Brother Wan." Yi Yanfei turned to the back and said, "Shishi, you stay close to me." Then she saw Shishi facing an avatar alone and anxiously yelled, "Shishi." Suddenly, Jie Wangchuan dashed in like the wind, counterattacking the avatar in front of Shishi, causing it to fall. He said, "Even if your strength is weak, you should at least know how to run away." Jie Wangchuan used swift slashes to dismember the avatar into many pieces, then turned around to say to Shishi, "Did Ji Wu not teach you how to face an enemy stronger than yourselves?" Shishi stammered, I'm sorry." Suddenly, Jie Wangchuan felt something unusual, furrowing his brows and thought, "Is it that enhancement effect again? Moreover, this time the feeling is even stronger than before. Could it be?" He abruptly grabbed Shishi and pulled her close to him. Shishi was startled and exclaimed, what do you want to do?" He paid no attention to her words and continued to ponder, "Indeed, this is because of this girl. Could this be some kind of passive skill of hers? I have never encountered a situation like this before." Shishi struggled to raise her hand, softly saying, please let me go." Suddenly, he released Shishi and ran towards another clone. Jie Wangchuan thought to himself, "This is not the time to doubt this. I need to eliminate the clones first." Shishi watched him run away, silently thinking, "This man is truly strange." On Yi Wu's side, he was still enthusiastically fighting the lone and said, "Just Jie Wangchuan alone can eliminate all your clones. It seems your clone strategy is useless." The lone replied, "Is that so? I don't rely solely on clones to fight. They are merely a diversion to attract your attention. As for my true objective..." Suddenly, a large tree burst forth from the ground. The lone gleefully said, "Look up and see, this is the death you all must face." Yi Wu shouted to announce, "Not good, it's insect poison again, everyone hurry." The lone was very pleased to have distracted them, laughing as he said, "Too late now, you won't escape." Ha ha. Accompanying the lone's laughter were the explosive sounds of the green foliage, releasing a green gas. The toxic smoke spread around, causing Yi Wu to kneel down, covering his mouth and nose. He thought to himself, "Carelessness has led me to fall into 2 traps in a row. In an environment like the Holy Templar here, it's truly impossible to be on guard. Fortunately, I was prepared in advance." Coughing, Yi Wu struggled to tell everyone hurry and take the antidote that I prepared for you all. Wan Hao raised the vial to his mouth and drank. He silently thanked Yi Wu, "Thank goodness for Yi Wu, without the antidote ready, I would have surely died." Lulu also drank the antidote while saying, "But this poison is stronger than the previous toxin, the effectiveness of the antidote has also diminished." The lone, not expecting this, exclaimed, "You all prepared an antidote?" The Long continued, "You have some brains, but they're useless. This is my territory, and I can use all the resources to eliminate you, thus, you will die regardless." Jia Wangchuan had weakened considerably but still forced himself to speak. "Even if I have only 40% of my attributes left, I can still drag you down with me." The Lone mockingly asked him, "Are you saying that just based on your shaky appearance? Are you joking?" Jia Wangchuan did not turn his head but spoke with his actions. "I stubbornly wanted to come here. I take full responsibility for the mission's failure. I can sacrifice myself in the end to drag you down. You guys take the chance to escape." Lulu loudly disagreed and advised, "No, if I'm not by your side, pity him. After using that move, you'll lose your life too." The Lone ignored their concern for each other's lives and lunged to attack Jia Wangchuan, saying, "You don't need to be considerate of each other, after all, it's just a matter of when you die." Jia Wangchuan cornered him, forcing the Lone to stumble back. Suddenly, something in front of him shattered, and the Lone recognized it, saying, "This sword energy belongs to Jia Bao." Jia Bao stepped forward and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting, I'll take it from here." Yi Wu was supporting Yi Yunfei and looked at Jia Bao with a smile, saying, "Little boy, you showed up just in time. This skill of posturing is truly a succession from me, but I will only exert 90%, the final 10% depends on your real abilities." The Lone also looked at Jia Bao with a contemptuous gaze. "The sneak attack just now wasn't bad, but you haven't seized the opportunity to seriously injure me. It seems that even if you return to your original form, you are still just a waste." Jia Bao paid no attention to the Lone's words, stepping forward with his sword and saying, "Master, your will and strength, I have comprehended fully. The disciple will certainly follow your teachings, cast aside weakness and hesitation, and fulfill the revenge without bringing shame upon the master." Hearing this, the Lone responded loudly, "Very good. Now I will let you go to your death. You must obediently stand there and listen to your master." Jia Bao glared at him and said, "You have no right to claim to be my master." Immediately, Jia Bao repeatedly slashed his sword at the Lone. The Lone screamed in pain, How dare you do this to the body of your master?" Jia Bao replied, "Don't worry, master. I will definitely expel the evil from your body quickly. Please rest assured." After that, the Lone soared up, executing the blade storm technique. In astonishment and anger he exclaimed, "Damn it! Why has a useless person like you suddenly become so strong?" He said, "In the past, I didn't even have the courage to wield a sword, however, this ends here. If the poison affects you, then you will die under the sword skills that your master cherishes the most." Jia Bao observed the situation and judged, "It seems that you are merely usurping the master's body, you fundamentally do not understand sword skills. Blade Storm is a defensive technique that condenses the sword energy, while the real lethal attack is this." After saying that, Jia Bao thrust his sword forward, executing a technique, causing flames to ignite around his sword. Then Jia Bao unleashed the esoteric technique Loneheart Overlord Slash. He was attacked but couldn't evade it, helplessly enduring the blow while shouting, "Damn! Suddenly, everything around shook, producing loud sounds. Someone shouted, "It's an earthquake!" The rocks and stones began to crack and fall apart. Yi Wu stood to one side along with Yi Yunfei, who was holding onto his hand. Yi Wu exclaimed, "Damn, this kid is really formidable. This strike has made the very essence of the holy temple feel pain," starting to emit low groans. Wan Hao, standing nearby, also said, "So this kid who suddenly appeared truly has some background. Just by looking at the power of his sword skills, it can be guessed that he has surpassed Brother Jie." Yi Wu replied, "It's a long story, I will explain it to you later." The Lone, along with many incarnations floating in the air, said to Jia Bao, "This body is known to be the strongest in the insect realm. I can easily subdue a useless piece of trash like you. Surely you have absorbed its Zerg essence, which is why you have become so powerful. As long as I rupture your abdomen and extract the Zerg essence, I won't need to let you speak another word." Jia Bao immediately used the Phantom Shadow Chainsword technique, swiftly cutting through all of the Lone's incarnations, causing the Lone to scream in pain. Finally, Jia Bao said, "I will not allow you to achieve your goal. I will fiercely protect the inheritance of the master." Jia Wangchuan looked at him seriously, thinking to himself, this insect kid is indeed very powerful, just as his master said. Now, having obtained the inheritance and breaking through his mental demons, he has become overwhelmingly strong. Even if I were not poisoned and did not need to use my strongest move, I would absolutely have no chance of winning against him. Suddenly, the lone changed his demeanor, staggering backward, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. The lone said, "All right, I concede, you have won. I truly did not expect you to be this formidable. In consideration of our relationship as uncle and nephew, please come back and assist me." The lone continued, replying, "I will also release your mother so that the two of you can reunite. How about that?" Jia Bao rushed forward and said to him, "The me from before might have believed that, but the me now will not be swayed by sweet words anymore. My only goal is to kill you." Suddenly, several vines shot up from the ground, wrapping tightly around Jia Bao's legs, preventing him from moving. Jia Bao was taken aback, turned his head to look, and exclaimed. Immediately, the lone's expression changed like flipping a pancake, laughing and saying, Congratulations, you guessed right, but it's too late. I never intended to give up this body, after all, it is the culmination of my hard work, but now it seems that if I don't give it up, I won't be able to defeat you." In the situation where he was bound tightly by the vines, Jia Bao shouted, "What do you ultimately want to do?" The lone, merging with the holy temple, laughed loudly and said, Feeling desperate now, Because you will all die here immediately." At that moment, a tree began to grow wildly at an astonishing speed. A person exclaimed in panic, "It's committing suicide." Jia Bao replied, "No. It is merging the body of the master and the ancient tree, then using the energy of the holy temple to biotransform the ancient tree. But by doing so, the ultimate goal is." Jia Bao hadn't finished speaking when the branches as sharp as swords suddenly sprouted out. Someone exclaimed, "The branches are growing sharp like swords." Another person quickly spoke up, "You all hurry and run towards the exit, I will hold them here." Yet another person yelled, "It's not good, the exit is blocked by the growing branches. Is this its purpose?" Another added, "It's trapping us in this space that keeps shrinking, then letting us be pierced to death." Someone angrily said, "Damn it. Our attributes are weakened and we haven't recovered, how can we get past these branches blocking the exit?" Jia Bao spoke seriously, "No. These branches are absorbing the energy of the holy temple, we fundamentally cannot completely cut them down. We need to think of another way." Jia Wangchuan said in a deep voice, "To stop its growth, we must cut off the connection between the main trunk of the ancient tree and the holy temple. But now we are forced into this corner, we cannot pinpoint the exact location of the main trunk." Jia Bao replied, "Finding the location of the main trunk is not difficult. I just need to use the supreme meaning that the master imparted to me, I can bypass the spatial distance to strike. But it requires 10 seconds to concentrate my strength. Given the current situation, it's fundamentally impossible to accomplish." Yi Wu immediately said, "Since we have a final trump card, why didn't you mention it earlier?" Yi Wu continued, "I will take advantage of these 10 seconds. Although all my attributes are weakened, my props will not be affected. Using these lightning shields is enough to buy us 10 seconds. Everyone, come close to me." The 10 seconds began to pass, and the energy shield started to multiply by 5. One Hao said, "You're impressive, Yi Wu. But the level of this protective shield isn't very high. Can it really hold up?" Yi Wu replied, "According to my calculations, it should be just enough to withstand for 10 seconds. One Hao exclaimed, "What? Just enough?" The energy shield multiplied by 4, but the shield began to crack. Someone shouted, "We actually put our lives in the hands of a little insect, this is too crazy." The energy shield multiplied by 2. Jia Bao prepared to unleash his technique. A person shouted loudly, "Hey, little insect, don't let us down." The energy shield was depleted, the final layer of protection was broken. Someone reminded loudly, "The shield is gone. Little insect, hurry." Jia Bao stood in a posture identical to his master and shouted, "The profound meaning of the lone swordsmanship is With just one move, ultimate profound meaning, eternal annihilation, everything was sliced into countless pieces. The sound of the sword echoed loudly, causing the entire space to seem like it was cracking. Someone exclaimed in surprise, "Damn it, this sword technique not only cuts through the ancient tree but also shatters space. It's incredible." Baby Beetle replied, "This is the ultimate killing move that my master has trained to perfection. It's the first time I've unleashed this technique, and fortunately, it manifested flawlessly, not bringing shame to the title of Sword Saint alone." Hearing that, Yi Wu became furious, smacked Baby Beetle on the head, and shouted, "Damn it, are you using all our lives to practice? If you fail, even as a ghost you won't be spared." Baby Beetle quickly soothed, "Wasn't there room for failure? Hoo-hoo, it hurts too much." Suddenly, someone yelled, "Hey, look over there." Everyone turned to look in the direction Wan Hao pointed, seeing a figure radiating brilliance floating in the air. Baby Beetle looked up and recognized that familiar silhouette, saying, "The body of my master has returned." He ran over and tightly embraced the true body of the lone, emotionally saying, "I never expected it to be so perfect. I've retrieved my master's remains. You can rest in peace now." Baby Beetle held his master, now wrapped in a cocoon, and said to Yi Wu, "Once everything is over, I want to bury my master in the place where you once traveled through time." Yi Wu replied, "All right, I will go with you." Wang Chuan looked at Baby Beetle and said, "I didn't expect you to evolve into such a powerful form in such a short time. From a biological perspective, maybe you really are superior to humans. You don't need to be too sorrowful, the inheritance that a master has learned throughout his life is already perfect. Your strength does not shame the title of Sword Saint." Baby Beetle gently replied, "Thank you." Yi Wu listened to the conversation between the two of them and thought to himself, "I didn't expect Jia Wangchuan to be able to comfort others like that. It seems he really recognizes Baby Beetle." Jia Wangchuan walked past Baby Beetle and continued, "Next, we can travel together, and I will conveniently help you get your revenge. But the price is that after it's done, you must have a duel with me." Baby Beetle replied, "To be able to spar with a master like you is my honor." Yi Wu thought to himself, "This Jia Wangchuan is really a martial arts fanatic, his mind is only filled with thoughts of sword fighting." Suddenly, Yi Yunfei stepped forward from somewhere, excitedly asking, "Brother, where did you find this treasure? It's amazing." Yi Wu looked at his little sister and laughed helplessly, saying, "Well, the Baby Beetle is not a pet like Xiaolong." Seeing Yi Yunfei looking at him, the Baby Beetle approached, knelt down, gently took her hand, and politely kissed it. He said, "Dear Miss Beautiful, you are Yi Wu's little sister, right? I am the Baby Beetle, the prince of the insect species. Previously harmed and imprisoned, it was thanks to Yi Wu's rescue that I could once again see the sunlight. I hope to learn from you." Due to the Baby Beetle's actions, Yi Yunfei unexpectedly blushed and exclaimed, "Ah." Yi Wu angrily punched the Baby Beetle in the face and shouted, "Little boy, you have a lot of nerve, who gave you permission to kiss my sister?" The Baby Beetle, after being hit, hugged his head and cried, I'm sorry." Suddenly, a screen appeared, and the person connecting was Lai Jiasi. He said sternly, "Black Attack Combat Team, do you hear me? There's an emergency situation." Jia Wangchuan asked, "What's going on, Lai Jiasi?" Lai Jiasi replied, "Just now, Xue Lu from Huangzhang looked extremely angry and charged into the holy temple. We could not stop her. You all need to be careful." Hearing this, Yi Wu felt as if struck by lightning, and thought, "Damn it, could she be coming to seek revenge on me? Moreover, it's faster than I expected." Yi Wu continued, "Although my strength is now enough to deal with her, a woman who is tough when angry is really unpredictable. What should we do now? Let's get out of here first, but before that." He anxiously looked at the loot and said, "Captain Jia, we should quickly take the loot and leave this place. If not, when she charges over later, we definitely won't be able to avoid a fierce battle." Jia Wangchuan replied, "The boss was defeated by the Baby Beetle, the loot belongs to you guys. I only need the black slate." Yi Wu gave a thumbs up and smiled, "Captain, you are really generous. But I guess you have something more in mind." He wondered to himself, the black slate, didn't the sandstorm incubus drop a piece earlier? Could it be that the real purpose of this trip for Jia Wangchuan's group is to collect the black slate pieces? The system displayed a message: "Congratulations to the host for defeating the boss, receiving 5 million experience points. The experience points will be evenly distributed among all team members, along with 5 million gold coins and 50 epic level magic crystals. This loot includes the Absolute Sword Streamer, Black Whetstone, Sword Saint's Swordsmanship Book, Beginner to Advanced Levels, Broken Black Slate, and Old and Rusty Key." Yiwu grabbed the black stone, threw it to Jia Wangchuan, and said, "Here, this is the stone you wanted." Jia Wangchuan caught the stone and replied, "Yeah, I found the sword manual of the Sword Saint among the loot. You can study it a bit. In the future, when your swordsmanship advances, we might even have a bit of a contest." Yiwu helplessly smiled, thinking to himself, "Forget it, I don't want to be entangled with a fighter like you." After that, he turned around and started to walk away, but not forgetting to urge everyone, "Let's quickly depart to the final boss location. Although our weakened state has been resolved, we still have a countdown to death hanging over us, so we need to hasten our pace." Yiwu thought to himself, "Even though my current shadow flame form can surpass level 160 in combat, Xuelu definitely has some trump card up her sleeve. Facing her will definitely not yield any benefits." As he was walking, Yiwu suddenly saw 2 streaks of green light rushing towards him when he was not on guard. Baby Beetle and Jia Wangchuan immediately rushed to block. One of them shouted, "Who dares to ambush Yiwu?" Xuelu, with a fierce aura, advanced and said, "Finally, I've found you." Jia Wangchuan stood in front of her and replied, "So you finally made your move." He continued, "But it's too late to steal the boss now." Xuelu sneered in response, "Boss? I'm not interested in the boss or this dungeon. My purpose for coming here is only one." Immediately, Xuelu's killing intent erupted. She shouted, "I already said, anyone who dares to deceive me will only have one outcome." Yiwu scratched his head, smiling brightly, and said, "Miss Beautiful, please calm down. Although I indeed deceived you, it was out of kindness. To be precise, you should thank me. If I hadn't kindly deceived you into returning, you might have been pursued and punished by the Huang Zheng group. After all, you did leave your position without permission, right?" Without allowing Yiwu to say anything further, Xuelu immediately shot the ice sword she had prepared towards him. She yelled, "Stop talking. I will never forgive anyone who dares to deceive me. Today, you must die." Instantly, Jia Wangchuan also drew his sword, ready to fight. He slashed the ice swords all over the place and clearly stated, "Yiwu is now a member of our MO attack team. Do you think it's that easy to touch him?" He continued, "If you want to kill him, you have to go through my door first." Baby Beetle immediately chimed in, "That's right. I absolutely won't let you touch even a single hair on Yiwu." Wanhao also added, "If the senior has made his stance clear, how can we just stand by and watch? Let's go, brothers." Another person in the team said, "This female disciple really has no sense. Let me go up and test her strength." Lulu interjected, "Being a woman who is prouder than cold, like that just makes people hate you more. Be careful, you might not even get married in this lifetime." The one with purple hair spoke up as well, "Yiwu, you should thank the captain. Although I'm too lazy to care about your life or death, since the captain has spoken, I must exert a little effort." Xuelu was so angry that she almost laughed. She reached for her sword and said, "Good. If you all want to stand up for him, then I'll kill you all." Unexpectedly, Yiwu immediately moved right in front of Xuelu, blocking her hand and said, "Wait, goddess. This is just a grudge between the two of us, no need to involve others." Xuelu was slightly taken aback and quietly marveled, "His speed is too fast. Even I almost couldn't see it." Yiwu continued, "Moreover, in fact, we don't have any deep-seated hatred between us." Yiwu continued, "I admit that I lured the bots to Huang Zheng's base, but you also lured the bots away to deal with Han Mo's base, while I brought them to Huang Zheng's base. Both of us are performing very normal tactical maneuvers. After all, both sides are in a hostile situation." Xuelu firmly replied, "Don't use that ridiculous logic to cover up. These are two completely different matters. Yiwu placed one hand on his chest and the other on his forehead, pretending to be in anguish. No, this is indeed one matter, and moreover, I was forced into it. Initially, I didn't want to get involved in the struggle for interests between the two large corporations, but due to a small incident, I was listed as a secondary target on Huang Zhang Group's bounty list, and they sent people to hunt me down multiple times. Should I just let them kill me without doing anything? Therefore, retaliating a little is quite reasonable, right? Xue Lu, upon hearing this, appeared surprised. I didn't expect there to be a conflict between you and Huang Zhang Group. But I suspect you are lying, as I have never heard about any bounty list within the corporation. Yiwu chuckled inwardly, thinking to himself, oh, it seems this bounty list hasn't been made public for Xue Lu to know about. Immediately, he seized upon this point to continue. What? Yiwu continued, you're the top combat force of Huang Zhang, yet you don't know about that bounty list? It's a list published specifically for mercenaries and bounty hunters. After that, he clapped his hands together and said, that's right, the person at the top of the list right before me shares the same surname as you, their name is Xuehe. What a coincidence, huh? Upon hearing this, Xue Lu was immediately taken aback. Yiwu secretly felt pleased, thinking, bingo. I knew you two were connected. Yiwu pretended to be indifferent and continued, by the way, speaking of Xuehe, she was in the same school as me. Previously, when the monster attacked the city, we had a chance encounter once. I wonder how she ended up on Huang Zhang's list of prime targets. Xue Lu curiously asked, so do you know where she is now? Yiwu replied, I don't know. After that incident, we haven't seen each other again. But why are you asking about this? Do you happen to know her? She responded, it's nothing, just asking casually. Alright, I'll continue. The matter between you and me has nothing to do with Huang Zhang, so don't bring up unrelated topics to avoid the subject. Yiwu calmly said, if you take action now, it will only give the insect species the opportunity to take advantage of us and suffer mutual damage. Instead, let's work together to defeat the final boss first, and then we'll settle our personal grievances when we get outside. Yiwu thought silently, it's you who is avoiding the topic. You two definitely have a connection. She retorted, no way, with someone as sly as you, if I give you the chance, I'm afraid you'll disappear without a trace. Therefore, I must deal with you right here. Wan Hao couldn't take it any longer and shouted angrily, I really can't listen to this anymore. He felt she was looking down on everyone just because she had a higher level. If I don't give her a couple of punches, she probably wouldn't even know what it means to be reasonable. Wang Chuan intervened, saying, don't make a scene anymore, haven't you noticed? Yi Wu's demeanor is different now. He continued, even facing someone at level 140 is no problem for her. That kid has become stronger again. Wan Hao was surprised, what? Although he just leveled up 3 times, there's no way he could be unafraid of someone at level 140, right? Looking at Yi Wu, he asked, so what exactly do you want? I feel that whatever you want to do should be done quickly. After all, the longer we stay here, the more dangerous it will become. She replied, it's very simple, I want you to take 3 of my sword strikes. You can dodge or defend. After 3 strikes, regardless of whether you live or die, our grudges will be wiped clean. He enthusiastically said, 3 strikes to settle our grudges? Fine, no problem. Yi Yanfei, Yi Wu's younger sister, worryingly said, no way, brother. That girl is level 140, it's too dangerous. Let me help you. Yi Wu reassured his sister, don't worry, trust me. You all step back a bit, definitely don't get hurt. He continued, come on, please teach me. Xue Lu calmly, with a slightly disdainful expression, launched her attack, how can you be so calm? Then I will use 80% of my strength first, to see if you truly have ability or just putting on a show. Yi Wu calmly parried and thought to himself, the innate defensive talent indeed cannot block everything. I cannot underestimate her strength. After that, he counterattacked, surprising Xue Lu. She was shocked, thinking, 80% of my strength only took away 20% of his health. It seems I underestimated Yi Wu. If that's the case, there's no need to hold back my strength anymore. Yi Wu confidently said, I've learned from this first strike, please continue. Later, he was surprised to see Xue Lu using the demon crystal skill in the melee form of the ice goddess. He shouted, what the hell? Could it be that just because of an inappropriate word she immediately unleashes a big move? Manhwa exclaimed in surprise, damn it, she really wants to kill Yi Wu. Jia, only you can take action now to stop this crazy woman. If we go out there, it's just looking for death. Wang Chuan replied, I'm not sure I can stop her either. More importantly, I'm curious to see how Yi Wu will respond. Manhwa skeptically asked, are you serious? He continued, facing such a significant level gap and still being confident to engage, I think he definitely has his own way to deal with it. Let's just wait and see. In his heart, he silently thought, on the surface, it looks like he has increased 3 levels, but it's definitely not that simple. What other secrets does this kid have? Yunfei anxiously gripped Baby Beetle's hand, pleading for help for her brother. She said, please, help my brother. That girl is too strong. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold out. Baby Beetle replied, I'm sorry, I can't do that. This is Yi Wu's own choice. I can't undermine a man's courage and determination. Moreover, I believe Yi Wu definitely has a way to deal with it. Xue Lu confidently unleashed her ultimate move, Eternal Ice Violence Slash, challenging, if you have the guts, then show me another strike. Yi Wu was not one to back down either, using his ultimate technique, Inflammation of the Demon Barrier Half-Body Statue. He replied, the Qian Emperor unlocks the dark attribute, and the power of demon barrier inflammation is significantly enhanced. Now, let's see just how powerful the half-body demon has become. As you wish, I will take your strike. Wang Chuan immediately rushed in to shield his teammate, reassuring, calm down, Jia. This scale of fighting has exceeded our defensive capabilities. Manhwa grumbled, damn it, if you two want to flirt, just go ahead, don't drag us into it. Yi Wu was surprised to take a massive amount of damage, he exclaimed in disbelief, one strike took away 60% of my health? It was already a struggle to withstand that blow. This woman truly is the strongest in Huangjiang. What's frightening is that she still seems to be holding back. The next blow will surely be her all-out effort. I must seize the right moment to activate Shadow King and save myself. Exhausted, Yi Wu continued, bring it on, I will make use of this time. No more healing, I will use the remaining 20% of my health to take your final strike. If you want to vent your anger, feel free. Yunfei anxiously shouted, brother, what are you talking about? If you continue like this, you will be in danger. Luo Feng also added, that's right, senior, while I believe you definitely have countermeasures, not restoring health is a bit excessive. Members of the Special Forces team took turns commenting, has Yi Wu gone mad? Anyone with sharp eyes can tell that Xue Lu still has stronger lethal moves she hasn't used. With his current health, there's no way he can withstand it. In a life and death challenge like this, acting tough, this kid is either really foolish or hiding some trump card that can turn the tide. Regardless, it looks like there will be a good show to watch. Ha ha. Xue Lu unexpectedly sheathed her sword and said, let's stop here for today. Yi Wu asked in surprise, why suddenly stop fighting? You don't need to hold back. I can still take it. She said with a tone of admiration, although my first strike was indeed a bit dismissive, the second strike used a killing move. If you can withstand it, it shows you have strength comparable to mine. I am angry because I hate being deceived by a weaker opponent. However, if it's based on strength and you're playing tricks like this, I won't hold a grudge. She slowly approached closer, her gaze probing, moreover, looking at your calm demeanor, you probably have some hidden killing moves that you haven't used yet, right? Yi Wu cheerfully replied, haha, we're the same in this regard. He thought to himself, of course, it would be best not to use it. Life is tough, making money isn't easy. I'm grateful to her for helping me save a significant amount of money. Xue Lu turned to leave and said, what happened between us is wiped clean. What you guys want to do next has nothing to do with me. Yiwu called after her, wait. He added, although you have given up your rights, I have always said that a debt can be claimed at any time. He thought to himself, this woman may be a bit hot-tempered, but she still has principles. Plus, with her ambiguous relationship with Huang Zhang, if I don't connect with her a bit, it would truly be a waste. Xuelu smiled, I didn't expect someone like you, who has a big mouth, to actually have some principles. If you are sincere like this, I will remember this promise. Goodbye. Right after that, everyone was taken aback when they felt a tremor. What is happening? Is there an earthquake again? It seems the main body of this holy temple is becoming increasingly impatient. Luo Feng added, this is not good, the exit of this space suddenly closed by itself. It looks horrifying, like blood clots after an injury, and the structures on it are wriggling. How are we going to get out this time? Lulu discovered a new path. She pointed ahead and said, this way opens up to an unclear road. Looking through, it seems very suspicious. Her teammate replied, it really feels like hitting back at oneself. Is there something waiting for us in here? Yiwu turned to ask Baby Beetle, what is this path? Where does it lead to? Baby Beetle answered, it is very likely that Uncle has changed the structure of the road of the holy temple. Because this holy temple was originally built within the body of an ancient Zerg that is sleeping soundly, and Uncle can use the power of kingship to control it. Manhwa excitedly said, if the final boss has this ability, wouldn't we be like fish in a barrel? He just needs to set up the maze paths to toy with us. Wan Chuan calmly replied, this type of ability must have some limitations, otherwise, he would have done it long ago. It is also possible that he underestimated us before and is only starting to take us seriously now. Yi Wu, with a confident and fearless expression, said, no matter what traps lie ahead, in short, we must step in to uncover the truth. Baby Beetle also agreed, that's right, my sensory abilities are top-notch. With me here, there's no need to fear any traps. At the same time, a mysterious voice spoke up, you don't need to be afraid. From the darkness, He Mingwei and Altair stepped forward. Altair said, ahead is a straight path to the main palace of the holy temple, there are no traps at all. Wang Chuan got into a fighting stance and replied, do you think I will believe your words? Wanhao wanted to take action immediately, what's the point of talking nonsense with them? It's not easy to make them disappear. I need to fight a bit to warm up before the final boss battle. The two demons immediately knelt down and respectfully said, we are not lying and have no intention of fighting you. We are under the orders of our king, to escort the prince and his companions to the main palace of the holy temple. Baby Beetle was skeptical, saying, Uncle has always been cunning and full of schemes. There's no way I can trust your words. Yiwu turned to ask, Aivis, are these two lying? Aivis replied, as long as it is a genetically related creature, it has a corresponding spectrum. Based on the spectrum they emit, it can be seen that they are not lying. He was still doubtful, the sudden goodwill from the final boss. Though it is very strange, they need to clarify its purpose. The only way to find out is to keep moving forward. As On walked and talked with Baby Beetle, he said, anyway, the ultimate goal is to reach the main palace of the holy temple. Having someone to guide us is better, right? Let's go, Baby Beetle, the next step is the final showdown. Baby Beetle nodded in agreement. At that moment, Xuelu looked towards Yiwu, thinking, although it wouldn't be difficult to break through the holy temple with a single strike to force our way out, this person always carries an air of confidence and victory. I'm really curious how he will face the final boss, following along to see the excitement wouldn't be bad. The group entered the grand hall of the lost holy temple main palace and was greeted by the final boss, Oswald Foam Olmark. He spoke, heroes of humanity, I am Oswald Foam Olmark, the ruler of the insect species who has clashed with you before. After the recent battle, you have the right to enter my main palace. The members of the MO attack team spoke one after another. One person said, this is far from what I imagined. I thought the final boss would be a large and powerful figure, but he looks so weak. Moreover, I don't sense any killing intent from him, just a sense of monotony and decay. even though everyone seems to underestimate him because the final boss doesn't match expectations. But Jia Wangchuan was very cautious. He reminded, don't let appearances deceive you, be prepared to fight at any moment. Yi Wu turned to Baby Beetle and said, the feeling your uncle brings to others is completely different from what you might imagine. And that very long name, it looks cool like a royal family should have. What about your name? It only has 2 words. Are you really from the same family? Baby Beetle replied, that is because my master said my name was too long, hard to read, so he gave me the nickname Baby Beetle, which I have been using ever since. He continued with a determined look, thank you everyone for coming this far with me. Next, let me bring this feud of the clans to an end, right, uncle? Suddenly standing up, he shouted, long time no see, Dianad. Not only have you managed to live and return, but you dare to confront me alone. If you had shown this courage and determination from the start, perhaps you could have prevented me from seizing power. As swift as the wind, Baby Beetle charged forward and said, that's why I need to make up for my earlier mistakes. As long as I defeat you now, everything will not be too late. Oswald calmly responded, you have indeed grown a lot. Baby Beetle was surprised when he approached Oswald and felt an invisible shield blocking him. He exclaimed, this is the same thing Yi Wu used just now. Wanhao suddenly said, the energy shield is the final boss of the species, yet it uses human technology? Yi Wu replied, our source energy shield is the magic energy shield, but its energy comes from the heart of the insect species underground. Does Oswald really understand even the principles of engineering? This is too surreal. Oswald casually responded, your surprise is merely the result of your arrogance. Because scientific technology does not solely belong to humans. With dedicated time for research and accumulation, any species can master this advanced technology. Our species has a long lifespan, making it even more suitable for research and technological accumulation. However, my brother, who is also your father, clings to outdated and obsolete ideas. He continued, by all possible means, he suppressed my progressive ideals, severely hindering the development of the insect species. Therefore, I was forced to kill him. The baby beetle, furious, charged forward and shouted, you're talking nonsense. You only covet power and want to dominate the world. Can't you even reflect on what you've done after seizing the throne, stealing energy from the other races, using dark energy to create an army, waging war and slaughter everywhere? Baby Beetle continued, the whole world has been thrown into chaos by you, causing suffering to living beings, and yet you still dare to claim it's for the future of the insect species? Oswald replied with a resounding voice, of course. He continued, my ideology is vastly different from the false peace ideals of your foolish, outdated father. In the future of the insect species that I envision, there is no place for the weak and useless. Therefore, they all must die. I have no interest in seizing the throne, taking the throne is merely a means to implement my plan. At that moment, he had sat down on the high chair and said, as for conquering the world, perhaps that's true, but what I wish to conquer is not just this narrow piece of the world. Yi Wu was taken aback by Oswald's words, thinking to himself, could it be that he, like a vil, has escaped the constraints of dungeon thinking and reached a higher level of consciousness? Baby Beetle, furious, attacked while shouting loudly, at this point, why do you still have to say deceitful words to trick me? I don't want to hear your nonsense. Come out, and we will have a life and death showdown. Oswald arrogantly responded, it seems you truly know nothing. No matter, we still have plenty of time. Let me tell you a story, a truth that even your father has never shared with you. Oswald continued, a long, long time ago, there was a young race. Although he was a member of a royal family, he did not inherit the noble bloodline, being much weaker than his strong brother. However, instead of paying attention to power and fame, he preferred to study strange and rare things. Oswald went on, therefore, he often climbed mountains and waded through rivers, going to places where few had ever set foot to conduct his research and engage in dangerous experiences. Gradually, he realized the narrowness of this world. He wondered, can't we go any higher? The sky seems to be obstructed by an invisible force, creating a barrier. What is going on? Oswald continued. Thus, he studied alone for many years but still could not clarify the cause. Until one day, a human swordsman suddenly appeared in this world. From that person's words, the young race became even more convinced of his speculation. The world he was living in was merely a very small space, outside of it was a vast world where humans existed. He said, that world is an immensely vast expanse. Compared to humans, the insect species we belong to far surpass them in many aspects, be it in terms of life or strength. He continued, why should we lock ourselves in this cramped space? The young insect species has tried to persuade his brother to awaken the heart of the insect species, using that immense source of energy to study how to break through the barrier of space and conquer the vast world outside. However, he repeatedly refused in an indifferent manner. The young insect species angrily questioned, why do you keep stopping me? You heard what that human said, there is a far bigger world outside. Our great insect species should not be confined to this small world. But he merely replied, listen here, my foolish younger brother, the continuation of life has never required invasion or expansion. War only brings disaster and fear, and this will ultimately backfire on our insect species as well. Oswald added, after many difficulties, the young insect species could only research the historical records of the insect species. Eventually, he discovered a secret. Successive generations of the royal family of the insect species have been guarding a god spirit that is closely related to that mysterious barrier of space. The baby beetle spoke up in criticism, so you imprisoned master, killed my father, and detained my mother just to obtain that god spirit? After saying so much, aren't you just trying to find a reason to absolve yourself? Oswald responded lightly, to escape guilt, perhaps so. Then he raised his voice, the insect species under your father's leadership has lost its fighting spirit and vitality, becoming weak and despicable. If this continues, the entire insect species will face extinction. For the continuation of the insect species, I am willing to bear any charges. Hearing such a long story, everyone in the royal battle team reacted. Luo Feng spoke up, hey, the amount of information in this scenario seems a bit overwhelming. Is it true that the larger the dungeon, the more complex the story background becomes? Shishi said, he and Evil are of the same kind, both wanting to resist the constraints of fate, but their methods are too cruel. Ruan Tian suggested, I feel that many things can no longer be explained by the existing setups, and the development must be like this. Yi Yunfei remarked, when you stare into the abyss is also staring back at you. We humans have come and given them an opportunity to counterattack. Yi Wu himself thought, infiltration and being infiltrated have a mutual impact. Instead of saying we are imprisoned, it would be better to say we are protected, or should say we are protected by that god spirit. Our world also has quite a few insect species existing, but most are very scattered, not forming a quantity and scale like demon beasts. Yi Wu continued, but if a royal family like Oswald's infiltrates, perhaps they will unite the scattered insect species, creating a formidable force. Baby Beetle thought about this and could no longer endure it. He took up his blade, rushed forward, and angrily said, enough. Do not use this so-called righteousness to confuse others. The insect species do not have just one path. I will kill you first and then find the most suitable path for myself. Baby Beetle launched an attack on Oswald, but he could not penetrate the armor like shield around him. Oswald remained still, indifferently saying, you have indeed changed. If you were the same as before, after knowing the truth, you might have stood by my side. I initially intended to persuade you, and then ask you to convince your mother to surrender the god spirit, but now that is no longer necessary. Suddenly, Oswald's image flickered, causing Baby Beetle to realize that it was merely a 3D projection. Oswald continued, even if I cannot obtain the god spirit, I can still rely on the technology that your kind has brought to breach the space barrier. Your teleportation talisman may be small, but once I succeed in researching it, I will lead the entire insect species to invade your world. Ha ha! He said to the group of Jia Wang Chuan, human powerhouses, I can see your desire for strength. I believe that during the confrontation with the lone, you have also experienced a part of it. After being modified by the insect species, how powerful he has become, do you not desire to possess such supreme power? Jia Wangchuan's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and told him, "Continue." Oswald continued, "Just think about it. If you take your already strong abilities and transform them into a new perfect life form, then enhance them with technology, how powerful would you be? You could extend your life from a few decades to hundreds of years. Wouldn't that tempt you?" The MO attack team fell silent upon hearing this. Yi Wu thought, Oswald really knows how to capture people's hearts. What he is offering is indeed a deadly temptation for many. I wonder if the MO attack team can remain composed, especially Jia Wangchuan. Jia Wangchuan replied, "The proposal is quite interesting. So what is the price to pay?" Oswald answered, "My requests are not many. Just help me reach the human world and assist me in battle, and I can help you modify your bodies. Furthermore, this time I promise not to control your bodies as I did with the loan." Oswald replied, "I bet my soul and the future of the insect species." Shuailu coldly said, "Maintaining youth for hundreds of years? It sounds very tempting, but just thinking about transforming into the appearance of the insect species nauseates me. I decline this offer." Unexpectedly, Jia Wangchuan stepped forward, astonishing Wan Hao. "Hey, what is Jia planning to do?" Wan Hao asked in surprise, "Are you really considering accepting it?" Oswald responded, "Oh, it seems this person has already made a decision." Yi Wu observed the situation and immediately prepared for battle, thinking to himself, "Could it be that my worst fear is about to happen? A sword fanatic like Jia Wangchuan also wants to become like the lone, accepting transformation just to become stronger? I must stop him. I can't let him walk down an irreversible path like Senior and Chang did." However, Jia Wangchuan knocked down all of Oswald's subordinates, leaving him astonished. Jia Wangchuan scoffed, "You're just a coward, afraid to reveal your true self, only boasting with words. Do you think I would believe you? Moreover, if I can't rely on my own strength to become stronger, I have no interest." Seeing this, Yi Wu secretly admired him. Alright, I admit I was thinking too far ahead. But what you just said is really cool." Yi Wu continued, "I rely on my own strength to hack, surely there's nothing wrong with that, right?" Oswald replied, "I have given you all the best opportunities, and if you've chosen to reject them, then prepare to die." Jia Wangchuan stepped closer to Oswald and said, "Given the situation, do you still have any combat power left to use? Your subordinates have all been eliminated by us." Oswald only laughed loudly. Being underestimated by humans is truly unpleasant, but of course, I still have power left to use." As soon as he finished speaking, a member of the insect species clad in armor descended from the sky, causing great surprise. The figure that appeared, that's Mother. Baby Beetle knelt down and said, "Great, I've finally met you, Mother." Mother looked at him and smiled, "Oh, my dear child, I never thought we would reunite like this, I am truly happy." However, her words contradicted her actions. She unexpectedly swung a venomous vine towards her beloved son, causing Baby Beetle to gasp and exclaim, "Mother, what's wrong? Why are you attacking me?" Allmark gasped, saying, "You all step back, my body is no longer under my control." Seeing her mother like this, Baby Beetle couldn't bear it, reaching out and saying, "Mother, I will come to save you." However, Jia Wangchuan stepped forward, cutting the vine that was rushing towards them and said, "Step aside. If you cannot bring yourself to act ruthlessly, then do not get in the way." Yi Wu also stepped up to block, staying calm, "Don't act rashly. Clearly, your mother has been controlled by your uncle. We should find a way to break the control first." Baby Beetle calmed down somewhat, but still panically asked, "You're right, but what should we do? Right now, the main body of Uncle doesn't even know where to hide." Yi Wu said, "The condition of your mother and the Sword Saint seems to be different. Her consciousness is still clear, only her body is being controlled." "Do you know the reason?" Baby Beetle replied, "It could be because of the remaining avatar of Mother. She is not only the queen of the insect species but also the high priestess of the holy temple of our insect species. Each high priestess holds ancient natural magic, so the ability to resist various types of spells and toxins is very high. Therefore, it is possible that Uncle has not completely controlled my mother yet." Yi Wu exclaimed, "It sounds like your mother is very impressive." Baby Beetle agreed, "That's right, my mother is very powerful. In terms of strength, she is even stronger than my father. If it weren't for the uncle's treachery, in a direct fight, mother would not lose." Hearing that, Yi Wu said, "From your description, isn't Jie Wangchuan in trouble? We can't let him face it alone, you must also prepare for the worst." Upon hearing this, Baby Beetle fell silent. Up ahead, Jie Wangchuan was struggling to cut through the extremely poisonous vines summoned by Allmark, but no matter how much he struck, he couldn't eliminate them. He thought to himself, the summoned creatures just keep coming, both in quantity and quality. This medium girl is truly powerful and seems to hold some central secret. Therefore, I still can't unleash my full strength to kill her, but if this continues, wearing me down like this is not a solution. What should I do? Suddenly, another Allmark called out as a warning, "Get out of the way, warrior, you can't withstand this magic. Quickly take my child and run." Immediately, she unleashed a series of ultraviolet lightning storms, causing the ground to shake and shatter towards them. Jie Wangchuan also prepared his stance, saying, "Are you looking down on me? It seems I have to give it my all." However, Baby Beetle was a step faster, striking a blow through the swirling purple storms, saying, "Please stop." He leaned his weapon against the ground, in a kneeling position, continuing, "Thank you all for bringing me here. Next, please allow me to walk this final path by myself. No matter how terrible the outcome is, I am mentally prepared to accept it." Jie Wangchuan saw this and said, "I hope so, because now there is only this final path left." "Are you really mentally prepared?" Baby Beetle replied, "I am getting ready." At this moment, Allmark, who had summoned the stone giant, spoke up in warning, "Why haven't you run away yet? My foolish child, even if a royal family collapses and the world is destroyed, as long as you are alive, I would be satisfied. Please run away." However, Baby Beetle only responded, "I promised teacher and Yi Wu that it was because of my evasion and weakness that led to today's situation. Therefore, I will not run away anymore." He charged to confront the stone giant, shouting, "Even if only one of us survives today, I will do my utmost to thwart Uncle's plot." Oswald stood nearby watching the play, exclaiming, "What a touching reunion! On one side is the prince returning from a life and death struggle for revenge, on the other side is the queen who lost her lover and is imprisoned. And yet mother and son meet only to slaughter each other, truly fascinating." Continue. Luo Feng was extremely enraged, drawing his axe and shouting, "Damn it, I really want to chop it into pieces, just that I lack the capability to do so." Yi Wu thought, "I should suggest that Baby Beetle seriously fight with its mother to attract the boss's attention. At that moment, I will use the eye of positioning to find its true form." However, the eye of positioning can only probe humans, it is unclear whether it can differentiate this humanoid biological creature. No matter, I will use it first and figure things out later. Yi Wu activated the eye of positioning, while Baby Beetle tried to buy time, wishing inwardly, "Yi Wu, quickly find out the true form of Uncle, with the essence of the insect teacher, I feel stronger than before. Even the magic of Mother can't resist me. If I take it a bit more seriously, Mother will really be defeated." At that moment, Allmark spoke to his son, "My son, in your attacks, I sense no ambiguity at all. You have truly grown up. If your father could see you, he would be very pleased." Baby Beetle replied to his mother, "This is the final inheritance that Teacher the Lone used his life to exchange for. I cannot disappoint Teacher, and I will not let people and father down." Allmark felt relieved and smiled, "If that's the case, then I can be at ease." She transmitted a pinkish-purple sound wave toward Baby Beetle, taking him into another space. When he opened his eyes, Baby Beetle was astonished and exclaimed, "Isn't this the secret realm of bloodline of Mother?" Allmark spoke, "That's right, this is a secret realm that only a royal family with a bloodline connected to me can enter." "Do you remember this place?" Baby Beetle responded, "Of course I remember. When I was little, I often followed Mother to play hide and seek here, but as I grew up, I no longer liked coming here." But then he suddenly recognized a familiar face, "Yi Wu, why are you here too?" Yi Wu was also puzzled, "You're asking me, who should I ask?" I was using a skill to trace the location of your uncle, and suddenly my consciousness got pulled into here. Allmark said, it seems that Baby Beetle has signed a bloodline contract with you, which is why you were pulled in here. Yiwu contemplated for a moment, then said, so that's it, bloodline? Then the connection between me and Baby Beetle is a bit complicated now, so how should we handle this? Who summoned whom? Baby Beetle said, this is not important, mother. Because Yiwu is a trustworthy person, it is thanks to his help that I escaped death and was able to meet you again. Allmark, hearing this, expressed his gratitude. It is clear that you have done a lot for my child. On behalf of the entire clan, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to you. Yiwu humbly replied, no, I just helped out casually, there is no need to be too formal. He then asked, so what is the issue here? The queen, what do you intend to do by pulling us into the secret realm of bloodline? Semis gently reached out to touch her son's face, whispering, Baby Beetle, since you were little, you have always been a child with a kind heart. Your father and I did not want to place too many burdens on you, we just wanted you to live life in your own way. But unexpectedly, disaster struck suddenly, and that has made you grow up, become resilient and more reliable. Baby Beetle was moved and called, Mother. Semis handed him a god spirit of emerald green and instructed, this is the god spirit that our royal family has protected for generations. I have always kept it hidden in my consciousness to prevent Oswald from finding it. Now I can finally rest assured to give it to you. Baby Beetle reached out to receive the god spirit from his mother. He obediently replied, yes, mother, I will definitely not spare my life to protect this god spirit. But what is its actual purpose? Uncle once said it could be used to break the shackles of the world, is that true? His mother shook her head and explained, that is just one man's speculation. The inheritance of this god spirit is too ancient, and the way to use it has long been lost. But there is one ancestral instruction passed down from generation to generation in our insect species that we must protect it at all costs, otherwise, the consequences will be more terrifying than the destruction of the world. After that, she turned to prepare to leave and instructed, my child, forgive me for only being able to accompany you this far. I can no longer suppress the toxins in my body. When we break the secret space, there will be a moment of vulnerability, you must seize that opportunity to kill me. Hearing his mother's words, he exclaimed in panic, Mother, I blame myself for being useless, it's all my fault. If I could be stronger, everything could have been avoided. Damn it! He pounded his fist on the ground in anger. His mother, feeling pain for her child, turned back to embrace the baby beetle and said her farewell, you silly child, seeing you grow up, I have no regrets in dying. In the embrace of his mother, baby beetle choked back his emotions, unable to articulate, Mother, Mother. The atmosphere between the two was filled with emotion, but suddenly, Yiwu spoke up, breaking the moment, sorry to interrupt a bit. Yiwu said, but I have a plan that can avoid this life and death separation. Baby Beetle was still doubtful, but deep down, he was eager to hear the solution. What is it? But the Oswalda toxin in my body cannot be completely eliminated. Is there really a way to avoid this ending? The mother asked anxiously. Baby Beetle quickly reassured his mother, Mother, if Yiwu says there's a way, then there must be a way. He believed in Yiwu and was ready to try any method to save his mother. Yiwu, hurry and tell me, what do you intend to do? Yiwu smiled, let my assistant explain to everyone. Then, a surprising figure appeared and spoke up, hello, two of you. I am Aivis, the loyal assistant of the master. Both Baby Beetle and his mother were taken aback. Baby Beetle's mother questioned, another person? Why does another outsider appear in this secret realm? Baby Beetle is just like your mother, this has always been a private space, just me and my mother, I didn't expect today there would be another person. Aivis did not pay attention to the reactions of the two mothers and children, continuing to explain, please don't mind these minor details. Speaking of the main issue, we do not need to forcibly eliminate the toxin. Instead, let the toxin naturally dissipate, and then just show Allmark the forbidden fruit of the princess. This is a crafted version of the princess's forbidden fruit, classified as Grand Master level potion. Its effect is that when consumed, the user will immediately fall into a state of suspended animation for 24 hours. After this period, they will revive with only 1 HP health. Yiwu added more information about the forbidden fruit. I currently have the materials needed for the crafting. We can take advantage of this suspended animation effect to deceive Allmark. As long as we kill him within 24 hours, the toxin in your mother's body will naturally disappear. This method gives us more time than my previous assumption. Semis hesitated, turning to ask, but Allmark is also very skilled in potion making. Can we really deceive him? Yiwu reassured, don't worry, as long as his knowledge of pharmaceutics has not reached Grand Master level, he won't discover it. However, this plan also has a disadvantage that I need to clarify with you. AIVIS continued to analyze. Previously, I analyzed the conflict of the aberrant essence with the medicine. I discovered that its existence would reduce the effectiveness of the medicine. If we want to completely outsmart Oswald, we must eliminate it. Baby Beetle hesitated to speak up, but once the aberrant essence is lost, Mother will not only lose a significant portion of her power, but her lifespan will also decrease considerably. Even so, this result is still better than your initial intention, Mother. Zeman comforted, it's okay, I have already made up my mind to die. Now that there is a chance to live, as long as I can see you rebuild the glory of the insect species, losing the aberrant essence is not a problem. Knowing that, Baby Beetle still couldn't bear it. Mother, if you have decided that, then we only have to try. He turned to bow to Yiwu and said, then I will trouble you, Yiwu. Yiwu assured, don't worry, follow each step of my plan, I will definitely bring a perfect outcome for both of you. Suddenly, Baby Beetle was attacked without having time to evade. He stumbled back and bumped into Yiwu. Yiwu caught him and asked, Baby Beetle, are you okay? Baby Beetle was not worried about himself but hurriedly said, I'm fine, but Mother. Baby Beetle saw Mother completely enveloped in a stream of magical energy, and she seriously warned, Baby Beetle, you must run fast. If you continue like this, you will die. Baby Beetle firmly replied, no, I won't agree, Mother. Mother began to gather magical power all over her body, preparing for a self-destructing attack. Seeing this, Baby Beetle clenched the sword and said, if there truly is no way to save you, then at least let me send you off myself. Mother, in pain and tears, responded, if you are so determined, then I have no regrets. Now, brace yourself for my final blow. Indeed, the two were playing their roles too deeply. From a distance, Oswald laughed heartily, full of pride. How interesting. The climax of this mother-son tragedy has finally arrived. Ha ha. Wanhao watched the scene, genuinely worried, and asked his captain, hey, Jia. Aren't you really going to step in and stop this? This mother-son tragedy is too cruel. No matter what, Baby Beetle once saved our lives. Jia Wangchuan stood still, only reminding, be quiet and observe. Everything is not as simple as it seems. I don't believe this situation is real. I don't believe Yiwu would let Baby Beetle truly face life and death with her mother. He must be calculating something. Shui Lu rubbed his chin and analyzed, this little rascal, when he took the worm, must have been secretly doing something with it. Though his movements were very subtle, he couldn't hide it from me. What is his true purpose? At this moment, Baby Beetle continued to draw his sword, preparing for the finishing blow. He aimed the sword at his mother, with a strong determination. He knew that this strike meant life or death. He shouted, ah! A. A painful scream rang out from his mother. As he launched the next attack, he displayed obvious anxiety. He silently apologized in his heart, Mom, for Uncle's sake, I must use all my strength to extract the essence of the strange insect from you. I know this will hurt a lot, please bear with it. After a series of attacks, a blinding light emanated from his mother's chest. In his hands was the god spirit that she had concealed in her consciousness earlier. Oswald was astonished, seemingly unable to believe his eyes. This situation was completely beyond his expectations. You actually dare to do this? Even your own mother. Yiwu observed the unfolding situation, quietly assessing the next move. He thought, very good, it seems he hasn't detected the effect of the drug. Next, let me handle this. When the vehicle tipped over, Baby Beetle hurried over to support his mother. Mother, I'm really sorry. Despite being injured, she still tried to caress her son's face, comforting him. Son, you've done well, hold your head high, do not regret. Yi Wu's teammates also joined in on the performance. This is truly heartbreaking. She said, Baby Beetle, if you want to cry, come and cry in your sister's arms. Yi Wu didn't know what to say. The acting skills are truly convincing, everyone has been deceived. The bald man clasped his hands in front of his chest to console, keep your grief at bay. Although you and I are different beings, I can perform a ceremony to guide spirits for you. Baby Beetle replied coldly, thank you for your kindness, but there is still an important matter that needs to be completed. After saying this, he left his mother behind, turned around, his eyes unstable with emotion, and shouted, are you satisfied now? Then hurry and get out here for me. Oswald also cited Baby Beetle's act of sacrificing his mother. He spoke up, I didn't expect you to be so ruthless, to even turn against your own mother. It seems she is dead, and your plan to obtain the God Spirit has naturally failed. It seems I have underestimated you. Now, if we want to break through the spatial boundary, we can only force our way through. The teleportation talismans are still not stable enough, but as long as one is willing to pay the price of loss, success is certain. However, one's plans cannot compare to the heavens' calculations. Jia Wangchuan confidently spoke, resolving each of his situations. Your subordinates have been killed off by us nearly to the last, and the incubation chamber has also been destroyed. Even if you break through the spatial boundary, what do you have left to invade the human world? Despite this, he remained untroubled and responded, you don't need to worry about that, because I am a swarm. After saying this, he gradually disappeared. The Baby Beetle shouted to stop him, don't run, Oswald. Once Oswald's figure vanished, the holy temple shook violently, and everyone was in a state of panic. What's happening? The holy temple is about to collapse, stop being foolish. This holy temple was originally inside the belly of the ancient Zerg. It seems they intend to surround us and digest us all. What is this? What should we do to escape from here? At this moment, Shui Lu began to take action. She calmly and collectedly activated her combat power. She declared, the show is over, I am going to reclaim this place now and head outside. Then, she thrust a vortex of divine power straight upwards. Wan Hao admired, wow, this escape method is so simple and crude. Jia Wangchuan next to called out, Dan Lu. Lu didn't need her team captain's command, she understood the intention and replied, understood. She opened the book and recited the incantation, in the name of the gentle wind soaring. That was the wind and rain incantation that allowed their team to fly along the path of Shui Lu. Everyone was in awe of this experience, we are flying. No doubt about it, this is my little sister Dan Lu's wind magic. This feeling of soaring is so refreshing, isn't it? After boasting, Wan Hao turned to ask for the captain's opinion, brother, Jia, are we really leaving like this? So what about the last bundle? Jia Wangchuan's expression remained unchanged as he replied, let's temporarily leave this place first and then decide. That guy is crafty, and it's not easy to find his true body right now. Yi Wu also sensed that the situation was taking a turn for the worse. He thought, my positioning, I was previously severed by the secret realm of bloodline of the mother Baby Beetle, so how can I find Oswald's true body now? The current situation makes me uneasy. Outside the holy temple, both sides were tense and confronted. Lai Jiasi clasped his hands behind his back and asked, Xiao Ling, you all can't hold back anymore, do you want to make a move here? Ling Yuan reassured Lai Jiasi's irritation, don't worry, Grandmaster Lai Jiasi. None of us wants to escalate the situation. Furthermore, it's not up to us to determine the winner, but rather the group inside. We just need to wait for the results. Lai Jiasi pondered and asked, still unable to contact MO attack team and Yi Wu? Lu Changfeng replied, no, since your last contact with them, we haven't been able to reach them. They must have entered an area with complete signal loss. The team on the other side was not doing any better. Ling Yuan anxiously asked, why hasn't Shuelu come out yet? She said she wanted to go in to take down that kid and confront the final boss. I only agreed to let her act alone. He spoke up to reassure, perhaps she encountered some unexpected situation. After all, the enemy is numerous. Despite outwardly showing concern for Shuelu, in his heart, Ling Yuan felt smug. It would be best if she dies in there. One thing that annoys me the most about her is her disdain for others, yet she won't even die properly. Suddenly, sharp claws shot up from beneath the ground, causing the earth to crack open. Those on the surface couldn't react in time and fell in, screaming, watch out for the ground. He reacted quickly, wrapping his arms around Ling Yuan and jumping up while saying, hold on tight to me. Lai Jiaxi used his equipped tool to fly up, avoiding the ground, unable to help but worry, the holy temple is shaking, collapsing, what on earth happened inside? Yi Wu and the others surely wouldn't. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a bright blue whirlwind carrying the group below the holy temple shot straight up. Everyone cheered, look quickly, the holy temple has been destroyed, Shuelu's sister is out, it's the Mo attack team, along with Yi Wu and the others. Shuelu landed safely in a super cool pose, but someone, filled with jealousy, questioned her, what are you doing, Shuelu? Why is that Yi Wu still alive? Didn't you say you wanted to kill him? Shuelu ignored it, casually replied while walking, what are you saying? The noise is too loud, I can't hear you. Ling Yuan, furious, clenched his fists and shouted, don't play dumb with me. He looked in Shuelu's direction and said, don't be angry, Ling Yuan, now is not the time to pursue this matter. We need to leave the center of this town quickly. They quickly soared up, trying to find a way to escape this place. But no matter which direction they turned, a claw would rise up from the ground to block their path. It's no good, the way back is blocked. One person in the group shouted. Jia Wangchuan and Yi Wu shouted in unison, get out of the way, leave it to us. This was the first time they collaborated so harmoniously. Each person focused on fighting, causing everyone around to admire their cohesive combination and full of valiant demeanor. Team leader Jia Wangchuan shouted loudly, Yi Wu, wait a minute. What about that little blue insect species, what's going on? As Jia Wangchuan fought, he guided, clear a path for the whole team to exit the danger zone. Finally, when they were safe, Lai Jiaxi seized the opportunity to ask, how is the battle going? Have you eliminated the final boss yet? Jia Wangchuan's answer disappointed him. He frowned and replied, unfortunately not. It could be said that the next part is the main act. Feeling that something was off, he was astonished. What? Is the final boss so strong that it can't be defeated? Yi Wu spoke up from below, the specifics are still unclear. We haven't even fought it directly, but its cunning and treachery have made us extremely wary. Yi Wu continued, right now, what worries me the most is based on his previous habits. What this boss likes to do the most is to borrow strength from others. Now that we are disrupting his original plan, he might become desperate and do something reckless with no way out. Suddenly, the system sounded an alert, warning. Warning! Warning! Underground, 500 meters away, there is a high-energy response rapidly approaching. Countdown time 3. 2. Yi Wu suddenly remembered, this is the underground probe from before. Damn it, this flag is definitely a no-go. Boom! A large object unexpectedly shot up from the ground, blocking their path. What is that? It just burst out of the ground. Yi Wu exclaimed, moreover, this is way too big. This time, it was a hidden boss, an ancient insect god-level creature of unknown identity. Wan Hao looked at the demon beast and exclaimed, hey, everyone look at its face, why does it look like Oswald? The man with purple hair was also panicked, that's right, what is going on? Yi Wu stood aside, staring at the demon beast, then said, my bad premonition has indeed come true. This Oswald has fused himself with the ancient insect god. Luo Feng was astonished upon hearing this, what? Yi Wu looked over and said, Lai Jiaxi Grandmaster, how's the progress on the teleportation talisman? He frowned and replied, right now we have only completed 60%. The kid Nana in your squad is responsible for the ore extraction area, but there is only the digging machine remaining, so progress is still not improving. Yiwu looked worriedly at the system and thought, this is trouble. Although the state of weakness has disappeared, the countdown to the death time of the Deb toxin is still ongoing. On the system screen, it displayed, Yiwu level 13, lethal toxin. Countdown to death time remaining, 3 minutes. Seeing this information, he continued to ponder, moreover, this boss is clearly not one that can be taken down quickly. Is there really no choice but to give up? Unexpectedly, Yiwu was startled by a loud shout from behind, you guys go ahead. Baby Beetle, holding his sword, quickly charged forward. Yiwu shouted, Baby Beetle, what are you trying to do? Without looking back, Baby Beetle only replied, I will hold him off so you can buy some time. You have helped me too much already. Facing the enemy who killed my father and my master, I cannot run away anymore. Baby Beetle continued, God Spirit, I entrust this to you. If I die, please take my place as the king of this world, if this world still exists. Yiwu saw a symbol resembling that of a baby beetle appear on his chest. He looked up at the sky, which had turned purple. This is the blood secret realm. Yiwu was angry, punched the baby beetle on the head, and scolded, do you still want to show off as a heroic commander here? If you are a hero, then take responsibility properly. Don't easily seek death, don't forget your mother is still waiting for you. If you die, it's a life for 2 lives. The baby beetle was punched to the point where its head swelled up, crying out, "Eh!" Yiwu turned away, gently rotating his wrist because the punch was somewhat strong. He didn't bother looking at the baby beetle and continued, speaking of which, it's rare to encounter a 5-star compatible dungeon, so how can I allow it to be taken away from me? Don't anyone expect to take a ready-made piece of meat from my mouth, don't even think about it. The baby beetle, seeing that Yiwu was still angry, worriedly thought to himself, even though I don't know what he's talking about, why do I feel his fighting spirit is even higher than mine? Jia Wangchuan was cutting through demon beasts while commanding, Wan Hao, you take the others back to the rear, stop at the teleportation talisman construction point, keep away from the boss's attack range, and be on guard against the insect species damaging the teleportation talisman. Wan Hao heard this and, surprised, asked, why is it me? I also want to stay and fight, just call those bald heads out. Jia Wangchuan stepped forward, seriously saying, no. The final boss with the 3 question mark has surpassed our capabilities. The swarm tactics won't work against it. You must retreat to hold the teleportation talisman. We will do our best to delay its steps, buying time to build the teleportation talisman. Once the teleportation talisman is complete, you must go directly in without waiting for us. Wan Hao wanted to speak up, but before he could finish his sentence, Yiwu interrupted, the members of my team have already worked with you, Wan. With you there, I'll feel more secure. Wan Hao looked at Yiwu, perplexed, Yiwu, why you too? Alright then, who says the vice captain has to take care of this senior? He quickly walked away, not forgetting to encourage Yiwu's group before leaving, leave the others and the teleportation talisman to me, you all must give that cunning boss a good beating on my behalf. Yiwu smiled, no problem. Looking at the large demon beast before them, Yiwu grinned, so, who strikes first or do we all go together? I hope this ghost isn't too easy for us to crush to the point of crying. Baby Beetle, Jia Wangchuan, and Yiwu stepped forward. Baby Beetle swung the sword, determined, this first strike must be mine. If we can't kill the uncle, our insect clan will never have peace. He used the skill the annihilation of all eras, causing the ancient insect god's health to drop to 90%. Seeing this, Baby Beetle was horrified, the profound meaning could only harm it by 10% of its health? How frustrating, I'm still too weak. Yiwu stepped up, patting him on the shoulder to reassure him, this isn't your fault. Perhaps because you used the profound meaning consecutively in a short time, the damage was reduced. The main issue is still its massive health. Jia Wangchuan frowned, now we must adjust our tactics. Normal harassment attacks cannot pull its hate value. We must deal a powerful blow. Saying this, he raised his sword and stabbed it straight into his chest. Yiwu gasped and shouted, are you crazy? Don't do something foolish. Jia Wangchuan calmly replied, this is my strongest move, I must sacrifice health and blood to activate it. With this move, I will surely lock in the boss's hatred. The sword pierced through Jia Wangchuan's body, slowly drawing out blood that stained the blade, and along with the sword, he began to fade away. He quickly deployed the bloodstorm technique, A. The blood vortex he controlled shifted direction toward the ancient insect god. The system reported, the health of the ancient insect god has decreased to 70%. Jia Wangchuan sat down heavily, coughing, cough. 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 In the end, the gap is still too large. The system announced, blood backlash, all attributes reduced to below 90%, cannot be restored. Lasts for 2 hours. At this moment, a beam of light pierced through Jia Wangchuan's blood vortex, cutting through 3 layers of ice, shining directly at them. Yi Wu used his sword to block that powerful beam of light, momentarily thinking, the hatred value is still insufficient. But this attack power is too ordinary. He looked at his health points and realized he was only at 40% health, while his life points were at 55%. Yi Wu looked up in surprise, Shui Lu, didn't you withdraw with Huang Zhan Group? Shui Lu stood watching them, smirking, have you forgotten what I said? I've always been most interested in hunting powerful bosses. And right before me is a magnificent prey, I'm so excited I can't contain myself, how could I possibly let it go? Jia Wangchuan was being supported on Yi Wu's shoulder, looking at her and saying, don't underestimate the enemy, it's not something you can handle alone. Cough cough cough. Yi Wu took out the vial of medicine and said, don't talk anymore. It's a good thing that Shui Lu is stepping in to help us all. Just drink this recovery potion first. Shui Lu closed her eyes, her face full of confidence, and said, I'm not so arrogant to think I can kill it alone. This is an extremely rare opportunity for me to try out my strongest move. Howling Arctic wind, just how powerful can it be? The green sword shot out, surrounding the ancient Zerg. In an instant, the demon beast was encased in thick ice, also bound with chains and sword seals. The system announced, Shui Lu has only 1% of her life left. She stood casually looking at the large block of ice in front of her, magic freeze preventing her from using any techniques for the next 30 minutes. Yi Wu and the others gaped at the scene before them. The baby beetle stared blankly, whispering, strong. Too strong. Yi Wu exclaimed in shock, if this move had been used on me before, I definitely would have lost my life. Jia Wangchuan looked at her and thought to himself, this woman indeed has the right to be proud. Suddenly, the thick ice appeared with a hole. The layers of ice slowly cracked and broke apart, The ancient Zerg had successfully broken the ice, its health points were only left at 40%. Shui Lu looked at it, frowning and thinking to herself. So this was all the seal could do? She stared intently at the ancient Zerg and said, this boss looks to be at least level 220 or higher. Jia Wangchuan quickly spoke up, make your move, Yi Wu. Use your strongest power, don't hold back, if you have any methods, use them quickly. Yi Wu replied, alright, got it. But before that, he looked at them, scratched his head awkwardly, and asked, do you two happen to have any money on you? Could you lend me a bit? Shui Lu and Jia Wangchuan exclaimed in unison, huh? Both broke into a sweat upon hearing that question, astonished and saying, borrow money from us? Are we hearing things wrong, at this critical moment? Yi Wu extended his hand, looked at them seriously, and said, you're not hearing things wrong, I really need to borrow some money. Baby Beetle immediately replied, Yi Wu, do you need a lot of money? Unfortunately, I don't have any human currency, otherwise, I would definitely give it all to you. Yi Wu gave him a thumbs up, saying, thank you for your support. I accept your kind intentions. Jia Wangchuan looked at Yi Wu, frowning as he asked, if you are greedy for money, you should at least differentiate between situations, right? Besides, what's the point of taking money at this moment? In contrast to Jia Wangchuan's grim expression, Shui Lu cheerfully asked him, surely you are not planning to borrow money and then run away, or just decide to die and not pay it back, are you? Yi Wu glanced at them, calmly responding, "Don't worry, although I love money, I absolutely will not default on my debts. If you want to see my true strength, then don't dawdle, quickly lend me the money. The more I borrow, the stronger I will become." Pausing for a moment, he smiled proudly and said, "Moreover, the ultimate move that I have kept hidden, I don't usually use it lightly. Today, you can consider yourselves fortunate to witness it." Shuelu leisurely opened the system, transferring the money to Yi Wu while saying, "Although I don't know how money relates to strength, you have piqued my interest. I actually want to see what you call the ultimate move and how strong it can really be." Yi Wu looked at the system notification. "Shuelu has transferred 200 million to you." He happily replied, 200 million, the goddess is truly generous. Yi Wu was excited to see the system notification. "Jia Wangchuan has transferred 300 million to you." He exclaimed joyfully, as expected of Captain Jia, even more generous. Jia Wangchuan stared at Yi Wu and said seriously, "Personally, I don't have that much money. This is the team's activity fund, and you have to remember to pay it back." Yi Wu, upon hearing this, began to sweat more and quickly smiled, "Of course. Should I write you an IOU?" Jia Wangchuan replied, "No need for that. Just stay alive, that's all. The most important thing is that ultimate move of yours, don't let me down." Yi Wu felt excited, lightly stretching his joints, and responded, "Rest assured, I will definitely not disappoint everyone." In his heart, Yi Wu had already made calculations. Although he had saved quite a bit of money before, to ensure safety, taking a little more wouldn't hurt. With this large sum, if the Shadow King couldn't crush the boss, it could still give him some trouble. The ancient Zerg, after successfully breaking the ice, quickly approached Yi Wu with a cheerful laugh. It took so much time to fully integrate. Now I can finally control this body freely." Yi Wu stood in front of it and asked, "Fully integrated? Does that mean you were still in a state of vague consciousness before?" The ancient Zerg happily replied, "That's right, wanting to merge with the ancient holy temple, and moreover, to retain consciousness is extremely difficult. Before that, if you cannot kill me, you will have already lost your only chance. Compared to before, I will be even stronger now." Ha ha. System notification, the ancient Zerg's health is 70%, life index is 30%. Jia Wangchuan's group exclaimed in shock, "What? We barely managed to reduce its health, and it's already recovering?" Yi Wu raised his hand high, beginning to shift into a new form. He calmly said, "No need to panic, whether its health recovers or not, it makes no difference in front of me." He quickly commanded, "System, activate Shadow King's special state cash burn status." System notification, activating Shadow King special form, please wait a moment. Reminder, the special form will consume double the currency, please pay attention to the remaining amount. At this moment, the ancient Zerg began to attack, saying, "Hundreds of thousands of lethal poisonous rays, you three are all useless now, relying on just one person, you cannot possibly defeat me. No matter what you plan to do, just writing me off will be the end." The ancient Zerg continuously shot toxic beams at Yi Wu, but the more it shot, the more amazed it became. "To think it could absorb my radiation, how is that possible?" A pure white body was growing together, a large amount of blood gradually gathered in the air, forming a giant. The Shadow King, gigantic crimson divine sword, had appeared. Baby Beetle looked at Yi Wu's new form with admiration, saying, "No wonder it's Yi Wu. This form is not inferior to the ancient pureblood race at all, and even shines more powerfully." Shueli questioned, "Is this the strongest technique that Yi Wu mentioned?" Jia Wangchuan silently frowned in thought. Although In Huan's report mentioned that Yi Wu transformed into a blood-colored giant dragon while fighting dominant exotic Chain, I didn't believe it before. Now, witnessing it with my own eyes, this has exceeded my understanding of strength. Yi Wu, are you really human? The image of the ancient Zerg and the Shadow King facing each other was majestic and powerful, causing everyone around to be astonished and discuss. The man with purple hair pointed at the Shadow King, asking everyone, "What is that? Have we accidentally walked into a film set?" Wan Hao also replied ambiguously, "That person cannot be the old man, nor can it be Shueli. Could it be Yi Wu?" Yi Yunfei stood beside them, exclaiming in astonishment, "That is brother." The ancient Zerg disdainfully said, "Humph, isn't flaunting just about becoming a little bigger? That's fine, the bigger the target, the more I can unleash my firepower." Saying that, it quickly unleashed a move with billions of beams of deathlight. A surge of power emanated from it, all directed toward the Shadow King. He exclaimed in shock, "How is this possible? My attack was completely absorbed." The Shadow King smiled, seeing that the flow of energy was completely absorbed into his body. Then, he quickly transformed, with 4 large swords appearing in his hands, along with 4 wings on his back. Everyone gasped, whispering, "Yi Wu, after absorbing the boss's energy beams, has transformed into 2 long spears. Is he preparing to counterattack?" Seeing the Shadow King rushing towards him, the ancient Zerg said, "If the energy beams are ineffective, then try the final toxin that I have created." As the Shadow King got closer, the ancient Zerg immediately revealed its belly, shooting thousands of toxins at him. Seeing the toxins stick to his arms and legs and all over his body, the ancient Zerg joyfully said, "Ha, how does that taste?" The ancient Zerg continued, "My ultimate toxin can defy any defense, corroding the host that comes into contact with it. No matter how strong you are, you cannot resist." The tearing toxins that were eating away inside were now gone. The Shadow King quickly recovered. The ancient Zerg, furious, raised its claws and shouted, "Damn it, do you really have no weaknesses at all?" "No, in my world, I cannot allow anyone to exist stronger than me." The Shadow King swiftly dodged the ancient Zerg's claws, using his sword to pierce through the ancient Zerg's body. The ancient Zerg, with its overwhelming power, forced the Shadow King to retreat. At this moment, it used its sharp claws to strike at him, frantically saying, "If that's the case, then we shall die together, let's see who dies first." Ha ha! At this moment, the blood of the ancient Zerg was being absorbed by the Shadow King's blades, causing the ancient Zerg to scream in agony, "It hurts so much, what do you want to do? My life is being absorbed by you. Damn it, let me go." The ancient Zerg thrashed violently. It wanted to quickly separate itself from the Shadow King, but it couldn't. Its entire body was currently being absorbed into him. The system reported, the ancient Zerg's health is at 10%, life force at 30%.